Hello and welcome to the Megacast by ActualTech Media. On the Megacast today, we're talking all about cloud, tools, products, and services that are critical to your cloud success. On the event, you'll hear from our experts at Gigamon, Zerto, SunGuard, Clumio, Rubric, CrowdStrike, NetApp, OpsCruise, Turbonomic, Rapid7, and Nutanix. What an amazing lineup of some of the most innovative cloud solutions in the world today. Thank you so much for joining us on the Megacast. This is going to be a great event. Before we get started, there's just a few things that you should know. My name is David Davis of ActualTech Media, and I'm glad to be serving as your moderator. We at ActualTech Media created the Megacast and EcoCast event series to help educate IT professionals such as yourselves about the latest and greatest innovative technology to help you do it quickly and efficiently without ever having to leave your home or office, to help you get all your questions answered, and yes, to have a chance to win some awesome prizes in the process. We at ActualTech Media are all former IT professionals ourselves. We know how tough it can be out there in the world of enterprise IT, and the goal of this event is to help you to solve your technology challenges. I'll be talking about the prizes as well as the eligibility requirements for those in just a moment. We encourage your questions there in the questions pane of your audience console, and we also have a best question prize to help encourage those questions even more. I'll also be asking you some poll questions throughout the event, and we appreciate your participation in those. You can socialize the event directly on Twitter from your audience console using the Twitter icon, and the hashtag for today's event will be automatically appended. And then finally, there in the Handouts tab, we have a number of resources selected by each of our expert presenters, and I encourage you to check those out. They are special trial links, evaluations, ebooks, solution briefs, and more. The prizes on today's Megacast are 5 Samsung Galaxy S21s in your choice of color. And if that wasn't enough, we'll be giving out an Amazon $500 gift card after each presentation. Of course, you must be live in attendance to qualify. I will be verbally announcing the prize winners during the event. We also have our best question prize, not just for one Amazon $50 gift card, but one for each session on the Megacast today, and that's a lot more Amazon gift cards. Of course, you have to ask a question to be entered into this prize drawing. So if you have something on your mind, we encourage you to ask it. Winners will be contacted via email after the event, and of course, you must meet the ActualTech Media Prize policy, which you can find there in the Handouts tab. All prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to ActualTech Media. And of course, prize winners always have the option to make donations to selected charities. We've donated thousands of dollars to charities over the years, thanks to generous prize winners. And if you win a prize, we would love to help you do that. We've done that in partnership with the Gorilla Guide Book Club. You can download free educational IT books over at gorilla.guide. You'll find a link to that there in your Handouts tab. It's a great way to stay up to date on enterprise technology solutions like you'll learn about on the event today. And I think that you'll find that these books are a lot of fun. You can download them to your Kindle or iPad as well so that you can read them on the go. The hashtag for today is ATM Megacast over on Twitter. I'll be following that hashtag and responding to anyone who tweets using it. You can also follow ActualTech Media and me, your moderator, David M. Davis, on Twitter as well to stay up to date on the latest in enterprise tech. You can follow us on our YouTube channel, Facebook, and the 10 on Tech podcast over in the iTunes podcast store. And we post all of our latest and greatest content over on LinkedIn. So if you have to pick just one, I encourage you to do it there. I also want to call your attention to a link there in the Handouts tab where you can refer your IT friends or coworkers to the ActualTech Media online event series. Both you and your IT friend could win a $300 Amazon gift card. Those drawings are held monthly. Again, the link is there in the Handouts tab, and at the end of the event today, you'll be automatically redirected to the event referral webpage as well. We hope that you enjoy the event today and want to spread the word about what we're doing. And hey, why not have a chance to win a bonus gift card in the process? With our housekeeping out of the way, it's now time to introduce you to today's keynote presenter. Welcome back, Mr. Scott Becker, industry expert, speaker, and analyst. Today's topic all about cloud. Scott, take it away.
Thanks for the welcome, David. Over the next couple of hours, you're going to hear about innovative solutions for succeeding in cloud. For the next 5 minutes, we'd like to take a look at the state of the cloud market and hit some of the top challenges that many of these solutions are aiming to. Let's start with a chart. So the first chart that I want to show you comes from Synergy Research Group, which follows the cloud market very closely. They released this chart last month, and it shows cloud ecosystem revenues for the first half of this year. Not shown on this chart is that overall revenues for the cloud ecosystem in the first half were $235 billion. So that's 25% growth over the first half of 2020. And what's remarkable about that is that overall growth remains so strong so far into the cloud trend. Really, most of the new spending that's happening in IT is cloud related. And if you look at these individual bars, you can see the strongest growth is at the top, where it's 37% growth for IaaS, PaaS, and hosted private cloud. Enterprise SaaS is booming as well. It's 24%. Those bottom two show the continuing data center build out, mostly by cloud service providers. For this next chart, we'll pull back the lens a little bit with some IDC data that shows projected whole cloud spending for this year and for 2025. So this chart is also from September. And as you can see, we're looking at spending nearly doubling over those 4 years. By the end of this year, IDC expects spending to cross $700 billion. In 2025, IDC is forecasting that spending will be more than $1.3 trillion. At the level of individual organizations, it means almost all of us have more cloud services and cloud infrastructure than we did last year, and we'll have a lot more of it in the next few years. All that leads to some specific growing pains that a lot of us face and that a lot of the companies on the call today will be discussing solutions for. So I wanted to take a minute to talk about 5 common themes, some major growing pains that a lot of us are facing and that will be coming up again and again today. First, we have optimizing management. New applications, new infrastructure is overwhelmingly cloud. You'll see some data on this later. There's a lot of existing legacy infrastructure out there. On-premises apps that just work, production databases that are too critical to move, compliance scenarios that make applications difficult to move, app incompatibilities that make them difficult to move. The fact of desktops, the ultimate interface with the network, remains on-premises, making the cloud always hybrid. All this leads up to an ongoing hybrid reality. And then you've got multi-cloud. You want to get as much management into a single pane of glass as possible, but that single pane can be elusive. Simplifying is great until the simplification gets you abstracted past the critical details. So we'll hear about that today. Next, we have optimizing performance. So this is a workhorse of a category that covers a lot of ground. You've got the performance of multi-cloud applications. You've got ingress and egress performance for applications that move a lot of data. You've got performance of single public cloud applications, performance of single SaaS applications. Then you've got performance in a hybrid environment where you've got on-premises infrastructure interacting with public cloud. Third, we have cost management. If you've ever been surprised by a monthly cloud bill, you'll see later that you're not alone. Some of the providers on this call are addressing ways to control, predict, and reduce costs or optimize expenses across hybrid infrastructure or multi-cloud infrastructure. Another big growing pain is what I'll call adjusting to Devops. Devops here is a catch-all idea that's standing in for containers, cloud-native applications, Kubernetes, SecDevOps, and a lot of other things. The main issue is that there's a new way of building and uploading applications. It's not right for every application and every IT department, but it is right for a lot of them. A lot of us need help figuring out when to use cloud-native applications, how to manage containers in Kubernetes, even how to organize our IT operations. A few of the companies on this session have some things to say about that. And the last growing pain I'll talk about here is security. And this is another big bucket. We're looking at a few things here. On the one hand, we're talking about the challenges around securing all this new and often unfamiliar infrastructure. For example, setting the proper policies for your S3 buckets. On the other hand, ransomware has broadened the definition of security to cover backup and recovery, data protection and disaster recovery, and cloud has unique challenges for DR and backup, and we'll get into that. So just briefly, those are some of the biggest challenges coming at all of us around cloud. Over the next few hours, we're going to learn a lot about innovative approaches to these and more issues, and newly available tools for dealing with these growing pains. David, back to you.
Great presentation, Scott. Really enjoyed that. I learned a lot. It's a great way to set the stage there. And speaking of top cloud challenges, as you covered in the keynote there, I've just brought up a poll question for everyone. on the screen, it says, what are your top challenges? And I will share the results of this with you, and you can kind of see how you stack up with your peers here on the event. I made sure this is a multi-select poll, so feel free to select more than one challenge. I'm sure we all have more than one challenge when it comes to anything in IT, really. So I'll give you a moment to respond there. If you haven't answered these polls, you do it right there in the slides window. If you don't see the poll, push a refresh on your web browser, and 99% of the time that will resolve it. I see a lot of responses already coming in. Thank you for those. All right, thank you to everyone who responded. I'm going to go ahead and share the results. And as you can see, 54% said security, followed very closely with 52% who said managing costs. So costs and security, two of the top challenges when it comes to cloud, and still strong responses for performance and management as well. If you didn't find that your challenge was listed there, go ahead and drop it in the questions box, and I will share it with everyone, and we'll use it to improve this poll for next time. And then second poll before I introduce you to our first presenter, and that is simply just at a high level, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company, specifically around cloud? So, you've got a challenge, you're going to find a solution on the Megacast today. So what's your time frame for taking some kind of action? All right, thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. We do appreciate your feedback on that. And with that, I'm now excited to introduce you to our first presenter on today's Megacast. Welcome, Bassam Khan, Vice President of Product and Technical Marketing Engineering at Gigamon. Bassam, thanks for being on.
Great to be here with you, Dave.
Great to have you back. Take it away.
Excellent. Hello, everybody, and very excited to be here to be talking about cloud security. Hopefully my slides are advancing. There we are. So this topic is really important because a lot of times we find IT organizations chasing the latest shiny object and jumping over some fundamentals for security, which is really, from our perspective, has to do with visibility. And so ages-old saying, you can't secure what you can't see. So visibility is a super important capability. What's happened, and what I'm going to be talking about in the next few slides, is the importance of security and how people have forgotten a little bit about the basics. Because what happens is a lot of people move their workloads to the cloud, and they say, you know what, I don't need to worry about networking because that's taken care of by my cloud service provider. They're going to make sure that the performance, the ping rates are great. They're going to make sure that the system stays up. I have SLAs built around that. I don't need to worry about it. What we're finding, particularly for IaaS deployments in this sort of phase 2 or phase 10, whatever you call it, of cloud migration projects, is people are saying, holy cow, I really get a lot of value by looking at the network traffic. And I'm seeing a lot of functionality, particularly for security purposes, a lot of capabilities that I wouldn't see if I don't inspect my network traffic. So more specifically, when we look at our customer base, all of our customers obviously have some sort of infrastructure. All of our customers have a very complicated infrastructure. Gigamon's customers, we have about 4,500 customers, largest organizations, 10 out of 10 federal agencies, Fortune 500 companies, almost all of them. Very mixed infrastructure. On top of that, mixed set of technologies that their workloads are running on. On top of that, to get access to network data and to be able to feed it to all the tools on the right-hand side that need that network data to do its security processing and sometimes APM type of processing as well, it really needs access to that data. And the problem is when you go from on-premises data center to private cloud to public cloud to containers to various flavors of containers and orchestration, data extraction, all of that, it gets to be really, really difficult for all the tools on the right-hand side to be able to see the data that they need. Not only is the environment complicated, but it's also constantly evolving as new workloads are built. It might be hybrid cloud, it might be multi-tier type of a workload. It gets harder and harder to be able to ensure that you're seeing all of the data in motion in order for you to be able to secure. And that's where these challenges come in. And more specifically, when we talk to our customers, even though they have a lot of infrastructure in place from a security perspective, cloud security perspective, and firewalls in the cloud, and APM types of tools in the cloud, and configuration drift kinds of tools. There's still a number of problems that's either not possible or really, really difficult to solve. First one here is really being able to extract the traffic, and then being able to scale out the traffic extraction. So when a workload goes from 1 VM to 5 VM to 50 VMs, and then also comes back down to 5 VMs, having the right infrastructure in place to ensure that your tools are seeing all the right traffic, hard to do with the native tapping technologies. Container, you're all aware of this. Getting access to container traffic is very, very difficult, but it's also really important for east-west visibility. Discovering unmanaged hosts, you can look at all the logs and events and melts. So metrics, events, logs, and traces data. But you're not going to find applications or discover new communications going on unless you're inspecting that network traffic. New communication that has to do with shadow IT. Cryptocurrency mining is something that we hear a lot nowadays as a top of concern. So recently we've spoken with 18 C-levels, either CISO or CIO, that are involved in cloud projects, and 18 VP level for very, very large organizations. And cryptojacking is the term that just kept coming up over and over. It's top of concern because they're very low and slow. They do their mining quietly. They're not spitting out log files. The only way to really capture them, or one effective way, is to look at the network traffic that's going on. Then there's compliance, service level objectives, as well as being able to troubleshoot whether security issues or application-related issues. And that's where a visibility fabric comes in. A visibility analyst fabric, we used to be called network packet broker, and it's visibility analyst fabric for a couple of reasons I'll get into. But this technology sort of sits in the middle, and it aggregates, collects all the traffic, aggregates on premises. If it's cloud, we have different ways of localizing the aggregation, but then being able to run a certain level of processing. Once all of the data is accessed, either using the native native tapping that AWS and GCP and others provide on packet mirroring, or installing a virtual tap from the VAF. Then we do brokering, so it's the ability to send the right traffic to the right tools, and there's cost savings. So one of the things we saw in the last survey, cost, security are the two most common things, and this is exactly what this box in the middle addresses. So the transformation, our customers are able to deduplicate packets. So even in a fully public cloud deployment, our customers will see a fair amount of duplicate packets. And when you're moving duplicate packets around, you're not getting any additional visibility. By taking out taking out the duplicate packets, you're still getting the same level of data fidelity, but at a lower cost because of network cost, because of tools volume cost, and so on. And there's a number of analysis that we do as well on top of that. So all of this put together is what we call visibility and analytics fabric in the cloud. There are two big use cases. The first use case is the good old packet brokering in the cloud. This is kind of what we're seeing. The second big use case, which I'll actually show you, and if we have time at the end, I've got about 20 minutes. If we have time at the end, I'll actually give you a demo of what that new capability, what we call a new frontier in cloud security looks like. And you're not going to probably have seen this before or heard this from many other companies out there. So from a compliance and security perspective, it really boils down to being able to obtain the traffic in a very, very dynamic environment. So not only is my application scaling up, scaling down all the time, the infrastructure is built in as code, but my infrastructure itself is changing all the time as new workloads, as new applications get introduced into the mix. So the impact of this is obviously if you can't secure what you can't see, so you have to be able to see the packets for compliance purposes, for ransomware purposes, and so on. Although I have to say, be very clear, we have not yet seen a lot of or much ransomware activity in the cloud. However, there's a lot of nefarious and unintended applications and activities that happen in the cloud. Let me actually, rather than covering this in slides, let me cover this in picture. So on premises, which is the center box here, Gigamon sits in the middle. We collect, we get tapped into, we listen to tap ports and everywhere in the infrastructure. So all of the tools basically have just a single place to go to, rather than having each of your IDS and IPS and next-gen firewalls and you name it, any kind of tool having to do with data, all its data mining all by itself. We'll do it once, and then we'll process the data, clean it up, and send it off to the tools. Now we've got this cloud infrastructure. So the way we work in the cloud is, first of all, Gigamont's completely integrated into your environment. Why is that important? Is because when your developers are building applications and they're deploying cloud applications, they're going to want to scale, right? They're going to want to move fast. They're going to want the application to be able to scale up and then scale back down for cost purposes, which is one of the top concerns that you picked in the survey that we just did. Number two, deploy visibility tiers. So using those techniques, or you can use our management tool as well, but deploying this set of applications that we call vSeries or Cloud Suite, that's sort of the brain of our work. Then at that point, you have the choice of deploying our own virtual tap, or we can simply listen in on VPC mirroring from AWS, Google Packet Mirroring, whatever the technology might be in Azure. They don't really have something, so you kind of have to use our virtual tap and so on. So data comes in. At that point, we will do some level of intelligence on the data and reduction. In some cases, we'll generate net flow, and for some tools, we'll slice the packets and only send that header information. One of the other key things that I'll talk about later on, that's sort of the new frontier, is extracting out metadata from that traffic. So our customers really use this, and particularly this is super important in a multi-cloud environment. As I mentioned, most of our customers are very, very large organizations, and almost 100% of these customers, even though they have a cloud first and they usually have a favorite cloud platform, almost 100% of them find themselves to be in a multi-cloud situation. And this is where having a single visibility fabric makes so much sense. Not that we're saying that all data needs to move everywhere, because that's just going to be cost prohibitive, going back to the survey. But in order to secure, you have to be able to see the data, and in some cases, you want to send net flow back to your on-premises tool. You want to send maybe some flow logs over to some SIM that you might be running in one particular cloud. What we're finding with our customer base, again, Gigamont's helped move thousands, tens of thousands, probably by now, workloads into the cloud. And while everybody has a vision of completely reinventing, refactoring the application in the cloud, we're finding nowadays in this phase N of the cloud migration world that people are finding that the easy workloads have all been migrated, and the harder ones that require more monitoring, more compliance, more regulatory implications are harder to do. So some customers are choosing to put a direct link back into on-premises and send some of the data back to on-premises for those purposes. So they're able to leverage their existing controls, their existing knowledge, existing investment in the tools, policies. All of that gets reused. So again, Gigamon, we're agnostic. So whatever a customer wants to do, we are there supporting in that process. This is sort of the leading edge technology that I'm about to talk about. So it's a notion of bringing some of the security functionality over to APM tools. Hey, APM is for application performance monitoring or management. Sam, why are you talking about this? Well, we're talking about this is because there is a lot of value that you get from having a lot of this visibility directly and from seen from a different angle coming into a different tool. And I'll show you why. I'll talk about why. So the way this works is Gigamon extracts out through deep packet inspection technology. So we're opening up every packet. We're getting the data out, getting metadata out of the packet. We extract out over 5,000 layer 2 to layer 7 types of attributes from that packet. And we call this application intelligence. We call this application metadata intelligence in particular. What this allows our customers to do is get much more granular information that doesn't overwhelm, because packets overwhelm any tool that you would send it to. Even flow records overwhelm because flow records are very, very generic type of information. When you extract out packets, when you extract out metadata, there's a lot of different types of use cases that we're able to extract out and provide value to our customers. And these are the use cases, and this is sort of the new frontier I'm talking about, that we're finding a lot of our customers are deploying in their current APM tools. And by the way, this is a tiny fraction of what's available. In fact, I'm actually not going to get into this. I'm going to attempt here to share my desktop. And hopefully this will work if the demo demons are with us. I'm hoping that you can see monitor, debug, improve your entire stack. This is our New Relic integration that New Relic just launched. By the way, we work with all the other APM vendors. We've even worked with AWS came in and kind of applied the same technology to put this data into S3 buckets, and they built an ELK stack on top of that, and we can demo that as well if you're interested later on. So log into New Relic. By the way, we're going to get a very obnoxious your monthly allowance is over, orange bar on top. Ignore that. We are strong partners with New Relic. I'm assured that that license is being upgraded. So anyway, so when I go in, we see this data that's coming in from Gigamon's deep packet inspection, application metadata intelligence, into New Relic, and it immediately lights up the dashboard. One point I forgot to mention, super important, if you look at all the APM types of tools, they get their data from their agent that you have to deploy on the host, or they get the data from MELT, metrics, events, logs, and traces. What we're doing here is we bring the network perspective to that observability, particularly from a security perspective, but again, the use cases are somewhat overwhelming, and there's lots of different values that you can get. So just some samples I'll show you here in the dashboard. So based on the network traffic alone of managed devices, but also unmanaged devices. So somebody brings a BYO into the office or into any kind of network that's being secured. Somebody brings an iPad. Somebody brings, there's an IoT traffic, IOMT traffic, ICS OT type of traffic. Or even a printer traffic. Obviously, printer, there's no agent running on the printer. The printer is not generating log files, but you still need to monitor why this printer is connecting all of a sudden to your AWS workloads. So a couple of data points on top, SSL versions. So this is used by our customers to know if there's some old SSL 1.1, SSL 1.2, 20-year-old SSL technology still out there versus TLS, 1.2, 1.3, and so on. Another key data is the time to live, which is when will my certificates expire? And that's a really common use case because it's really good to know that 2 weeks from now, these server certificates are going to expire. And when a certificate expires, there's a very good chance that that server is going to go offline and stop working. So knowing what certificates instantly from based on your network traffic, super powerful. You can look at DHCP, host name. Again, these are just some sample data. By the way, we're using IP addresses for sample data, but typically our customers use host names. Application overviews. Oh yeah, so we extract out about 3,000 different applications, or we identify over 3,000 different applications. We've got SNMP, HTTPS, we've got Salesforce traffic that's happening over this network. So obviously this is a hybrid cloud network, so some things are still running on-prem. We see LinkedIn, we can identify Outlook, but we can also do Modbus, which is the OT type of communication. This is where it starts to get more interesting from a security perspective. What kind of DNS queries and what's DNS resolving to? Are there some patterns in DNS? Now, to be very clear, Gigamon, all we're doing is the mining, and we're handing the data off to the tool of your choice. In this case, we're showing New Relic. If you have Splunk in place, you have Datadog in place, you have an S3 bucket that your developers like to go to, it doesn't matter. We're sending this out over JSON technology, basically. And the next one is top talkers. So who's talking to whom? Again, these should, in your case, these will be host names. Super important to know. HTTP response codes, if there's any NetOps type of people in the audience, I'm sure you kind of understand what this is about. So basically, when you look at this is used for troubleshooting purposes. So if you have an application and Bob says, hey, my application is running slow, go fix it. Well, what this says is if you have a historical trend of your TCP response time for that application, for that web server, versus your HTTP response time, you've got a trend line over the past week, month, whatever. And all of a sudden you see that that HTTP response time has gone way up, but TCP response time hasn't. Guess what that says? That says that, hey, my network's working great. It's the application that's going slowly. So it's immediate info for troubleshooting, mean time to innocence, and all of that. Now, this is also kind of interesting. So because we identify these applications, we can detect based on network visibility that, hey, there's BitTorrent mining going on, there's MuTorrent going on, there's XMR. Oh, yeah, so XMR is the Monero currency, I believe, mining server. Cryptocurrency mining, by definition, is not noisy. They tend to be low and slow. They tend to not generate log files. They tend to be very picky about its network communications. The newer mining techniques, products tend to be much more smarter about the environment it's running in. It doesn't want to kill the CPU. It kind of sees that the CPU is rising anyway. It'll kind of ride that wave along with other processes. So there are, I believe, around 13, 14 different cryptocurrency mining. SMB is a really good use case to see what kind of file extraction is happening, file uploads, and so on, based on for security purposes, for DLP types of use cases, and so on. And I can go on over here. I'm going to stop sharing and get back to my slides. Hopefully, this gave you a little bit of a flavor of the different types of use cases. And the way this works is that you've got New Relic. I probably should have opened with this slide. Apologies, I jumped into the demo because I'm pretty excited about this new capability. So you've got New Relic in this case. Again, it's your any tool that you have, including SIMs. Then it gets its data based on MELT, so metrics, events, logs, and traces. Now what happens is when you put Gigamon in the mix, we're looking into all kinds of data. We're looking down to layer 2 type of data that we're getting in. We're looking at data communications from unmanaged hosts. We're looking at container-to-container communications, extracting all of that out, converting that into JSON format so that the cloud tools are able to ingest that data. And so very, very powerful capability that lets our customers get a new level of perspective. Is this the only security product that you should have in place? Absolutely not. As you well know, security is about defense in depth, and what we do here is add another depth, another layer to your defensive posture that will make a big difference in your cloud security. And when we did our discussions, 1-hour calls with the 36 different CISOs, we heard this over and over, that I worry about my cloud security as well as cost. So key takeaway, workloads, cloud needs a new perspective. Number 2, migration. Number 2, there's a number of documents that's available for you in the resources section. Please do check that out. And we would love to have a conversation with you and show you how Gigamon can help you. With that, Dave?
Great presentation, Bassam, as always. Thank you for sharing the demo. That was cool as well. Congratulations on the new integration there. So we do have some questions, and while we take questions from the audience, I'm just going to bring up a poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Gigamon solution? We appreciate your feedback on this. So let's see, Bassam, a lot of good questions coming in. One of the questions that came in, they were asking about API integration with Gigamon?
Yes. So there's a number of API integrations that we offer from management perspective, from a deployment stage to management stage to actually getting the data out of our system stage. So it really is up to the customer what they want to do. If they want to use, as I mentioned before, their native tools for playbooks, so whether it's Ansible scripts on our on-prem product. In cloud, there's a whole set of Istios and other capabilities. That's for Kubernetes, that's for containers. But any kind of API that you're using today in the cloud from a deployment, cloud management perspective, Gigamon's integrated with. What that means is you can scale up, scale down your applications. Gigamon becomes sort of visibility as code. And then there's the data extraction. So it's just simply JSON. So you're able to, if you can ingest JSON file, we're there with you.
Nice. Visibility as code. That's a new one I learned today here on the Megacast. All right. Another question. When you said tools of our choice, Bill's asking, do you mean Gigamon tools or outside tools, third-party tools?
Great question, Bill. I mean third-party tools. So I mean those are the New Relics, the demo that I showed, Datadog, any kind of SIM choice. All of these tools, actually the newer tools can handle a lot of data, but they're all based on events, right? They're all based on metrics and so on. All of those data is somewhat you can manipulate. I don't know what the word is, manipulatable. When you look at network traffic, we call that the absolute truth, the ground truth, because network communications cannot be fudged with. Sure, it can be encrypted, and Gigamon has decryption capability, obviously. But the network communication is a network communication, And having that level of visibility being fed into any tool, whether it's security tool that you have, or APM types of tools, or cloud types of tools, we can feed that data into. So when we're talking about third-party tools, The challenge that you're going to face, Bill, is that there's too much data coming into the tool, and that's where the what we call Cloud Suites functionality comes in making sure that the tool is getting exactly the right data, nothing less, nothing more, whether it's packets, whether it's flows, or it's metadata.
Very nice. Let's see, Mohammed's asking, what hyperscalers does Gigamon support?
What hyperscalers does Gigamon support? Good question, Mohammed. You'd have to reach out to us. I do not want to misspeak. Please do reach out to us. I'm going to have to look it up and get back to you. So hate to deflect a question here, Dave, but I would much rather deflect than, yeah.
No worries. So we talked about cloud, visibility. Can this also give us visibility to on-premises network traffic?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So when we work with our cloud APM partners like New Relic, for example, half of their workloads on-premises. Gigamon, that's kind of where we were born, was on-premises, what's called a network packet broker. So yes, absolutely. We have this wonderful orange boxes called GigaView, Gigamon appliances, for any level of volume of traffic coming in. The largest of the organizations, all of the federal agencies use Gigamon. So yes, so it can be on-prem. What makes us really different and really capable is that it doesn't matter whether you have the workloads running on-prem, in private clouds, or in public clouds and multi-clouds and so on. Having one, I hate to call it single pane of glass because it's just a management glass, that single pane. Having one single pane of glass that lets you kind of manipulate what traffic goes where from a tooling perspective, what traffic goes to which tools, and then how you process and clean up and transform that traffic, super, super helpful to customers in a multi-cloud hybrid environment.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have here in our live Q&A session, Bassam, but there's a number of more technical questions there for you in the queue. Thank you for your great presentation.
My pleasure, and thank you, everybody, for joining.
Absolutely. I encourage everyone out there, if you haven't answered the poll question there on the screen, now is the time to do it because we're about to move on. But first, I'm going to announce our first Amazon $500 gift card winner. This is going to John Krenz from New Jersey. Congratulations. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. Don't forget about the Handouts tab. It's there that you'll find a number of resources, including the first one on the list from Gigamon, Solve Challenging Cloud Use Cases with Gigamon. And with that, I'm excited now to introduce you to our next presenters on today's Megacast. Welcome, Chris Rogers, Technical Evangelist at Zerto, and Girish Dage, Senior Director for Product Management at SunGard. Chris and Girish, it's great to have you on.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being. Great to be here.
Hello, everybody.
Excellent. Take it away.
Perfect. So hi, everyone. My name is Chris Rogers. I'm a technology evangelist at Zerto. So I'm here with Girish from SunGard today. We're going to talk to you a bit about DRaaS with Zerto and SunGard. So let's first get into kind of the challenges that we have today, right? So not just around disaster recovery, but kind of just IT challenges in general. We've got massive data growth and massive sprawl, pretty much in no matter what industry you're in. We're generating data, but it's a fast outpacing kind of capacity and going towards exascale capacity as well. Over the last kind of 18 to 24 months, we've seen this big acceleration of cloud due to this global pandemic we've had. So working from home and remote access and things like that. And unfortunately, kind of a byproduct of that big acceleration of cloud and that type of thing has been a massive acceleration in ransomware as well. We've seen it across companies of all sizes, across industries, and kind of across even infrastructure as well. So not just Windows and Linux, and now even moving into kind of containerized environments as well. So that kind of leads us on to the bottom points on this slide is the need for continuous. So we're constantly doing everything 24/7 now. Kind of the normal working day of the 9 to 5 is kind of behind us. We've kind of got the Netflix and Amazon Prime. Everything's on demand as we need it. So everything needs to be continuous, and that we need to minimize the amount of downtime we have, and also minimize the data loss. So data is now as important as anything else to pretty much every company in the world. That's why we get free American Express points and all these sorts of things. That they're harvesting data so they can add value to their organizations and to their systems. So if we minimize that data loss, we're adding value to pretty much every organization out there. So when we're talking about disaster recovery or DRaaS in this instance, so disaster recovery as a service, very often we're going to get pigeonholed in the left-hand side of this slide, which is obvious, right? The disaster recovery piece. So looking at just infrastructure failures, natural disasters, and power outages. And those things are incredibly important. We need to make sure we are, coping for those and planning for those events. But as we can see on this slide, actually, disaster recovery and DRaaS can kind of scale out to a lot more different use cases. So things like backup and recovery, we can use our DRaaS platform to actually, get an individual file back rather than having to go through our backup system to get that. The big one there on that bit is ransomware. Being able to use disaster recovery to recover from ransomware rather than having to go back to last full backups from maybe, last night or even potentially a week ago, causing huge amount of data loss and massive kind of interruption to business. And as we kind of move towards the right, people are going to start thinking, well, how do you do it for data mobility and test and dev? Well, actually, using disaster recovery as a service for like test and dev, for instance, is an amazing use of cloud resources. Being able to kind of spin up on-demand sandboxes to test, pretty much whatever you want, right? Test new patch management systems, test, do vulnerability scanning in an isolated environment, or just modernizing infrastructures. And then, data mobility, their cloud adoption. What's a great way to kickstart cloud adoption? Well, using disaster recovery as a service into a cloud. So as we start looking through disaster recovery and DRaaS, we can see we're going to be solving for more use cases than just, the power outage or the infrastructure failure, the kind of the traditional things we would think disaster recovery is used for. So this was an IDC survey that was done this year by Zerto. So I think one of the biggest things on here is that only just over 10% of people who responded said they had no challenges with their disaster recovery solution or processes. I think that's a huge kind of thing that nearly 90% of respondents said they had some kind of challenges. We're going to go through some of these later on in the presentation as well and kind of come back to them. But hopefully people on the call are going to start, recognizing some of these things and saying, yeah, I have the exact same thing. I have, recovery time problems or recovery orchestration problems, or I'm not sure how to cost it out or budget it. All those things are kind of, things I hear on a regular basis for customers and prospects and partners saying, I don't particularly know how to do this, or I know what I need to do, but I'm not sure how I can achieve it or how I get to where I want to be. So now we're going to look at the technology that powers SunGuard's DRaaS system. So that's Zerto, if no one knows. So what do we do differently, and why have SunGuard chosen Zerto to power their disaster recovery as a service business? So the first thing I want to run people through is near synchronous replication. So we go back to the first slide, that need for continuous, that always on. That's where Zerto kind of comes in, and we have a thing called continuous data protection. So that's kind of our unique proposition. We don't protect data using like snapshots or virtual agents inside the guest operating systems. We put that in the hypervisor. So we do hypervisor level replication that's continuous. So we're never going to have an impact on production workloads. So the VMs won't actually know they're being replicated constantly. So we don't put any additional load on the system. So no additional load on storage. We're storage agnostic, so we don't have to match storage types from site A to site B, or even hypervisors, for instance. We can go between hypervisor environments as well. And the beauty of that is, we're always going to be protected, so we don't have to worry about mismatches, and we don't have to worry about either missing a snapshot or missing the schedule or something going wrong, because we're continuously replicating that data. So we'll see kind of RPOs in seconds, normally between 5 and 10 seconds is where we'd normally see RPOs for Zerto customers. And then on top of continuous data protection, we then have our journal. So again, another unique selling point of Zerto is instead of having just 1 or 2 recovery points per day, we're going to have potentially thousands of recovery points for you to go back to, adding massive granularity to your recovery. Not just granularity in time, but also kind of the object you're restoring as well. So with Zerto, we can recover whole sites. So that's every single VM in your vCenter estate, or multiple vCenter estates. We can recover an individual application, so a group of VMs that make up an application. We can recover an individual VM, or we can actually recover an individual file from inside of those VMs from 5 or 10 seconds previous to when something has happened. So giving us a massive advantage in minimizing data loss, but also only recovering the bits we want to recover, whether that is a whole site, in the case of ransomware or power outage, or just an individual file. From a file share that we've protected. So you can see here, we just like to start a visual review of our journal. So you can see kind of every 5 seconds or so, we're taking those checkpoints and building that journal history. So we can go from anywhere from 1 day all the way up to 30 days in a short-term journal. And then on a long-term journal, that's unlimited, so we can kind of store that for pretty much forever for long-term retention purposes as well. So if we looked at kind of VM snapshots versus continuous data replication, with snapshots, we have a thing where we only don't want to take them too often because they have a big impact on production systems, right? Kind of we're in this catch-22 where we know we need to protect the data, but by protecting the data, we might be kind of causing stuns on virtual machines or consolidation issues. The things Visa admins see a lot of. But using Zerto's continuous data protection, we don't have any of that impact. So that's how we can continuously replicate that data without having any impact to virtual machines. So we don't have to worry about doing things out of hours anymore. We do that constantly throughout the day to give you big granularity, but also saving you things like storage. We're not taking snapshots and then shipping them afterwards. Everything is done inside of memory, meaning that we never actually write anything to the local storage. It's all saved at SunGuard's site. So we don't have to have any additional storage or any additional hardware components on a customer site, all software based. And then if we look at the application consistency or how we recover applications. So traditionally we would take virtual machines, a database server, an app server, a web server, they will make up an enterprise application. And very rarely do we actually find a single VM making up a whole application. So when we come to kind of protection and recovery, what's traditionally would have happened is that we would take those individual component parts of the application, snapshot them or protect them, however we're doing that, but only as the component part and not as a whole entity. So when it comes to recovery, we kind of have inconsistencies with the database being out of sync with the app server and the app server being out of sync with the web server. But inside of Zerto, we take the whole application stack and protect it as a single entity. So every 5 to 10 seconds, as I mentioned earlier, we're taking checkpoints of every single virtual machine in the application consistency group. So when we come to recovery, we've got a whole application coming up from exactly the same point in time, including all its dependencies as well. So that's going to speed up our recovery times and also minimize complexity as well. And then lastly, adding in easy failover, easy failback, and then non-disruptive testing. So being able to kind of test your failovers day, night, anytime you like without having impact on production. And not just having impact on the production workloads, but also on ongoing replication as well. So when we're doing it in a failover test, we're still going to be replicating that data constantly every 5 to 10 seconds, taking those checkpoints. So if something were to happen during a failover test, we're not going to be 5 or 6 hours out of date because we're using it for failover testing. We can just stop the failover test and then initiate a real failover if we need to. And then easy failover and easy failback, that could be done within 3 or 4 clicks inside the UI. So it's very simple to use and very easy to understand as well. So it's not a complex system to use. And I think that's one of the key points is really bringing simplicity to disaster recovery, whereas a lot of people can find it quite daunting and quite complex. So on that note, I'm going to pass over to Girish, and he's going to take you through the rest of the presentation.
Great. Thanks, Chris. So again, as we heard about it, right, there's a lot of great technology developments that Zerto has helped, and together with Zerto, SunGuard AS has evolved from, being a provider for the last 4 decades into what happens to be now called disaster recovery as a service. And it is defined as, hey, you have the expertise to stand up the environment and execute a recovery test or a disaster for the customers. So with that, as everybody is probably aware, SunGuard Availability Services has been in this industry, in the recovery space for about 4 decades. So what we bring to the table for our customers is the proven expertise. We bring in the high performance cloud environment that is hosted in a SunGuard data center that is got an availability SLA that makes sure that you have the recovery target available at all times and definitely available at the time of need. It also comes with easy, proven, flexible implementations, right? A lot of times, as you heard from Chris, a lot of times we definitely have benefits of going with softwares like Zerto. What happens is the bandwidth and the priority on the focus of getting a DR program kicked off becomes a little more tricky, and that's where executive buy-in and all those things happen. So with SunGuard, with the predictable cost model, this executive buy-in, this implementation phase can be definitely reduced. as what we've said earlier as well, right? It's also one of the ways to explore how a cloud strategy would look like. Nothing better than executing a DR test and understanding how your environment functions in a cloud, something where you have control, but you don't have control. You want to explore what you can do and where you're restricted. All those things from a cloud strategy perspective, they can be evaluated at a DR site. And then the last, but the most important, the DRaaS program with SunGuard comes with a guaranteed RTO SLA. That's the most important part for any DR program, because you want to make sure that whatever you have implemented as a DRaaS solution works, and it works in a guaranteed fashion anytime and every time. So what does SunGuard solution, DRaaS solution powered by Zerto include? So the key components here, right, are the technology components, right? And just like Chris mentioned, the Zerto software license. So definitely the DRaaS solution includes the software license. It also includes the technology components and the target infrastructure at the recovery site. It also includes design and implement. As we all know, we always have a lot of things to do. Out of that, prioritizing and getting the implementation done, getting it done in the right way with approval from all the business account holders is important. So SunGuard DRaaS solution includes design and implementation by default. It also includes the steady state management, maintenance, and lifecycle upgrades. This is the most important, I would say, second most important thing in a DR or a DRaaS solution, right, is the steady state maintenance. Just as an example, what happens is when you implement Zerto, right, we always do check the compatibility matrix with everybody else that is going to be involved in the solution, like Microsoft, VMware, and all the other monitoring softwares probably you have. When it goes into a steady state lifecycle mode, that's where this becomes critical, because all these technology partners that we have are going to have different upgrade cycles. Like, for example, Zerto may have an upgrade coming up in second half. Microsoft may have something coming up in Q4. VMware may have something coming in Q1. So with that, SunGuard DRaaS solution includes that steady state maintenance and lifecycle management. And now this is the most important part. It's the disaster recovery and test execution. So what SunGuard does on your behalf is we do conduct regular tests for our customers to monitor what kind of RTO SLA can be delivered, and it will also make sure that if you are in a time of a need, we can execute the entire recovery process on your behalf. And with that, I would like to just state a quick fact. The expertise comes because we execute almost 2 tests just on our Zerto environment every week. 2 tests for our customers every week. That gives us the expertise that we are bringing. Now, just continuing on the importance of testing, right? What we also did was we implemented what we call automated testing with DR Verify. This is a patented technology. What this does is it automatically executes an unattended failover test once a month. This is something that is scheduled, and it happens on a customer by customer basis for every customer. This gives us an automated validation of a successful boot up sequence, right? A lot of times things change, with the infrastructure at production. This gives us that transparency of if there has been any hiccups or any changes that we have not accounted for. And it also gives us a monthly report of the RTO success and failure from a failover perspective. Why this is important is when you go for a planned test, you are always planned. When you go for an automated scheduled test, it is an planned event, but you're not preparing your infrastructure, you're not preparing your mindset. So the RTO that you're going to get is going to be what you're going to expect in real time. And second, it can also show you a trend of where your RTO is heading, right? So for example, you did a test in January, you got an RTO of 1 hour, you did it in February, and maybe it was 50 minutes. So that's a good trend. So that trend could be seen with DR Verify. The next is the consumption models, right? So with cloud recovery, the SunGuard product powered by Zerto, we offer tiers for your hybrid recovery or hybrid workloads, right? So we offer RTO SLAs based on the business importance of that application. So we offer tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 SLAs. They are all financially backed, guaranteed RTO SLAs, so which start from 2 hours all the way go up to 8 hours. And again, there's also the RTO speed concept, right? Where we talk about, we can always, if things work out perfectly, we can make sure that all servers can recover in 2 minutes per minute. The RTO concept or the RTO SLA concept comes in picture when things don't work out, where we want certain manual things or we want certain SLA, want certain infrastructure validation done. All tiers also include 2 tests that are included by default annually. And we do support, again, physical clusters or virtual machines as well with the solution. Next, I'll just go in. Oh, Chris, back to you. Sorry, man. I switched over here.
Yeah, no problem. So thanks, everyone. So now we're going to look at kind of the TCOs of DRaaS versus on-premises disaster recovery. So if we're looking at on-prem DR, what would we need to actually stand up our own DR site and all the things that go along with that, right? So we've got the DR compute and then the DR storage, and usually that's going to be upfront capacity, right? And then we're going to need maintenance contracts for that hardware, network and firewall infrastructure to connect it all. We're going to need some DR replication software licensing. We're then going to have to pay for the hypervisors and then the management tools for that secondary site as well, or tertiary site. We've then got the maintenance and patching time for that infrastructure. We've got the power for that infrastructure, and then we've got the cooling. So those are just the things we need to think about if we're setting up our site, and then we've got the ongoing replication to think about. But then when we look at DRaaS, we're looking at storage. We're looking at the licenses, which Girish has already mentioned are included in the costs. And then we're looking at compute costs, again, included in the SunGuard costings as well. So when we look at not just from costings, but actually from complexity and simplicity, it's a lot easier to get disaster recovery right when we're using a DRaaS service provider like SunGuard. It's elastic, it's pay for what you use rather than having to pay for this upfront capacity that we may never use or we may never need or we might not have enough of. We don't really know until we're going to fail over. And we're going to get RPO and RTO improvements, and then we have non-disruptive testing on top of that as well. So I just want to bring you back to this slide here. So this is what we kind of covered earlier on with what the biggest DR challenges people are seeing this year. So if we look at the first step, so IT personnel knowledge and skill, well, we can clearly say that SunGuard have got that with four decades in the recovery business and a Zerto Gold partner as well. So, and then the IT personnel time and resource availability, well, guess what? That's handled by SunGuard as well. And then the recovery time, you guessed it, SunGuard have got that with their guaranteed SLAs. So kind of the top 3, we can kind of tick off and say, well, Zerto and SunGuard can tick those and kind of put your mind at ease across them. But actually, as we look through the stack and as we go all the way down as well, kind of the top 10 to 12, we can pretty much cover off and say we can guarantee that what these things are going to be. We don't need to worry about these anymore. Costs and budgets, that's included in the commercial arrangements with SunGuard. That's going to be a known cost. Moving disaster recovery in the cloud, well, that's literally what we're doing with disaster recovery as a service for SunGuard. We're moving it to a cloud environment. Have I got enough disaster recovery site resources? Well, guess what? Once a month, we're going to find out, and SunGuard will ensure they have enough resources for all of their customers to power at the same time if they need to. And we've got testing. Again, SunGuard have said every month they're going to do a test for you, and an unplanned and a planned one in there as well. Recovery orchestration with their DR Verify on top of Zerto's orchestration already. And then executive buy-in. If we can prove all these things above are going to work and we've got guaranteed SLAs, I don't see a reason why an executive wouldn't like the idea of using disaster recovery as a service. So that's all from me and Girish today. So we've got one handout there on the handout slide. So it's a joint SunGuard and Zerto quick glance guide. So feel free to download that. And if you want to have a look for where the stats I used earlier on there in the state of data protection and disaster recovery from IDC. So if you put it into your search engine, and you'll find that on Zerto's website. So I think we're all done. So thank you for listening to me and Girish today, and I'll answer any questions you might have.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do have some questions for you coming in. While we take those questions, I'll just bring up our poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about Zerto and SunGuard availability? And we'll leave that up again, while we take your questions. So a lot of great questions coming in. One of them is around, the testing cadence, I guess you could say. One question asked, can we do monthly testing? Another question asked, can we opt out of monthly testing? So how does it work with the testing cadence? Can I customize it?
Yeah, absolutely, right. Testing cadence can be customized, and it is as per the customer's wish, right? You could opt for one test every month, or you could say, no, I don't want an automated testing. Absolutely, that's doable. Or you would say, hey, you know what? I have 2 tests, but I would like 4 fully managed tests in an annual year. That's also doable. So it's completely customizable.
Got it. Okay. And then another good question here that came in, they're asking, how would SunGuard help me to define the criticality of my virtual machines?
Great question. So there are 2 ways to do it, right? Again, we do have a full professional services engagement, which can sit with your business users, which we call a business impact analysis, which can define and come out with a report of, hey, here's what the business users are expecting from a business impact perspective, and that gives you a list of what applications go into what tiers. Another way which we have also seen and working with our customers is you could always start with defining it by the basic standards, by defining it with going in with our solution engineering team, answering some quick questions as to what does an application do, how does it work, where is it revenue generating or no. But there is also a quick assessment tool that our engineers can help you with, and could be our first step. Also remember, when you go in for a particular tier, doesn't mean that you have to stick with a particular tier. After maybe, let's say, 6-9 months, you realize, hey, you know what, we subscribe for tier 3, but it actually should be a tier 2 workload. We can obviously easily switch it up with minimal contract changes. That's possible as well.
Excellent. Let's see. Here's a question from Tom. He says, could this help me to recover? We've got 2 schools and 750 PCs. Could this be a good solution for that?
Depends on how the PCs
I can take that one, Girish.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I was going to say, so scale is one of the things that Zerto does incredibly well. So with PCs, if they're virtualized, absolutely. So Zerto only works in virtualized environments because we sit inside the hypervisor. But if they are, VDI machines and persistent desktops, we can recover those absolutely. 750 machines is not a problem for Zerto. We kind of scale with the environment. So the larger your environment, the more hosts you have, therefore the more Zerto replication appliances you have, therefore the more kind of scale you have on the replication front. And that happens automatically with the environment. So as you add ESXi hosts, we automatically scale them up. And as you remove them from the environment, we scale them down as well. So we're already always kind of like a perfect fit for the amount of the VMs you have in your environment.
Excellent, yeah. Here's another question from Josh. He's asking, how quickly could I recover from a ransomware infection with a cloud restore from backup? How would he know how quick he could recover?
That's going to be what the test failovers are there for. So that'll give you an RPO and an RTO to work with, on a pretty consistent basis. And as Girish said earlier, you can trend that. But equally, you kind of get that flexibility in, you can kind of recover to the SLAs that Girish mentioned there, so 2 hours up to 8 hours. So that would be kind of the how quickly you can recover, but also you could choose the point in time you recover to. So if you knew that the ransomware attack was, yesterday at 3 a.m., for instance, we could go back maybe 10 minutes before that and choose the point in time from that point in time. And we also have the ability to spin that up in an isolated environment first. So you can kind of spin that up and make sure that it's clean and you think that's fine. And if it's not, we spin it back down again, choose another point in time and spin that one up again. So we kind of got those kind of things covered for ransomware infections as well. So the timings would be down, the SLA, so within that SLA that SunGuard are giving you, but also from when we can kind of, you can obviously discuss that with SunGuard during a ransomware attack, or afterwards we can say, look, our other tools or our Zerto Analytics has said this time was when we had a huge spike in I/O activity. That's likely when the ransomware infection started encrypting. So let's go an hour before that, or 2 hours, or 2 days. Whatever we decide is the best point in time to recover from, we can recover from that point in time as well.
Yeah, and just to add a quick point, right? Yeah. There is flexibility fully from a journal perspective, where you could go with just a 3-day journal or all the way up to 30 days, or we also support Zerto's long-term retention functionality, which could mean that you could keep a snapshot of your data on a secondary storage, dedupe storage for, let's say, annual snapshot or monthly snapshot or quarterly snapshot. So all of those options can be available for you from a ransomware recovery as well.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, sounds like a lot of flexibility there, a lot of rapid recovery options. So I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session, but Girish and Chris, we have a lot more questions there for you in the electronic queue. So thank you so much for being on the Megacast today.
Thanks, everyone. Cheers. Bye.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
For more information on the Zerto and SunGuard solutions, check out the Handouts tab right there, and you will find a PDF resource that you can download that covers their joint solution. So make sure that you download that and check it out. And if you haven't answered the poll question, now's the time to do it, because we are about to move on. But first, I've got a couple prize announcements. We have an Amazon $500 gift card. This one's going out to David Orshell from Connecticut. Congratulations, David Orshell from Connecticut. And our first grand prize winner for a Samsung phone is going to Brock Baker from California. Congratulations, Brock Baker and David Orshell. All right, thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll question. I'm excited now to introduce you to our next presenter on today's Megacast. Welcome, Charles Goforth, Cloud Systems Engineer at Clumio. Charles, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
Yeah, my name's Charles Goforth. I'm one of the cloud SEs at Clumio. AWS has many built-in benefits, but when it comes to protecting your data, there's a shared responsibility model that you have to solve for. You as a customer own the responsibility of protecting your data in AWS, and doing so across multiple AWS accounts becomes a real big challenge if you don't have the right solution. So let's talk about cloud protection solutions and how you can simplify management while reducing cost. Now, I gotta be honest, everybody touts simplify this and save that, but what they omit from sharing is the level of effort to achieve those end results and how much day-to-day care and feeding it needs to have. If you want a turnkey solution that protects your critical cloud assets from ransomware, protects from an account hijack, and cost constraints of long-term retention, stay tuned. But if you would prefer to maintain scripts that just don't scale and require manual update for each API release or service you bring on board, well, tune me out, because the truth is you probably need to go fix your script that's not working and needs attention. All right, so as you move more mission critical data to the cloud, you're going to find that the data protection available inside AWS is broken. You see, built-in solutions like AWS Backup are only able to recover to AWS accounts and roles that are healthy. The biggest risk, and I'm going to start here, there's no ransomware protection. Responsibility falls on your shoulders to ensure you're protected and able to recover from a ransom event. But how do you do that? What happens when your account's hijacked and permissive roles that once owned the backup scripts are now compromised? There's features like snapshots to start with the basis of data protection, but there's no insights to easily show what's protected, where that protection exists. Are you meeting data compliance requirements? How many snapshots do you have, and what do they cost at a granular level? When you need to retrieve data in the cloud, large-scale resources are actually quite slow. And the reason is it's just difficult to find the data you'd like to restore, and it's very slow to reproduce things like file directory or things like database records that you might need really urgently to get back into production, especially if you don't want to recover an entire EC2 because it could be corrupt. To build a solution that's highly secure and meets compliance requirements can be very, very costly, both in time and money. But here's where Clumio enters. You see, Clumio is built in the cloud with the focus of protecting data which resides in AWS. We can restore a single file, multiple directories, or database records via easily global search and restore features. You can also perform restores across accounts and regions, all without any egress. This is possible because every backup is air-gapped to Clumio. It's outside of your security radius, so you get to your data easily, even in the event of a ransomware or AWS account hijack. Our support team monitors the entire backup workflow. It's a proactive model where you never have to troubleshoot why a backup did not complete. We deliver this in a turnkey SaaS model where you don't need to worry about hardware, software management, drags like that. Plus, there's a great chance we're going to lower your cost versus what you're doing natively with only AWS backups. Now, here's a real world use case. It was an organization, they needed to meet compliance objectives because they're going public. We were able to automate the backup from a uniform set of customer defined policies. In less than 15 minutes, this customer was able to get real time dashboard of backup health across all of their accounts, all of their regions. We live in a world where it isn't enough to just do the work. You have to show that you did the work. Clumio's customizable compliance reports across all AWS assets ensures you're audit ready. The tools you choose for your cloud management will determine your success. I got to be honest, your tools should provide seamless innovation. Long gone are the days where it's acceptable to take downtime for patching and updating. SaaS platforms provide access to innovation without your lift. And this means our customers, our Clumio customers, inherit innovation, and all they did was sign up. There's no day-to-day care and feeding. Not only do you inherit our capability, you inherit our security and compliance certification. Here's a list of just a few achievements. We're not done for 2021 either. There's a couple of months left, so there's some cool stuff coming out. I can encourage you, follow Clumio on LinkedIn. We'll have some really great announcements. Heck, I'll actually give you a preview here in the demo in just a few minutes. Our flagship service is Clumio Protect. Through Protect, we provide an air gap to protect your mission-critical AWS assets and the M365 suite. It's all done as a service, no hardware software for you to manage. Data recovery is very fast, and we help you with advanced reporting to meet any audits that pertain to your data protection and recovery. Cloud Discover. Clumio Discover, it enhances your reporting and it gives you deeper visibility into the current and historical status of your AWS backups. We address a major pain point among today's cloud-first enterprises, and that's the lack of real-time, accurate visibility into your business data protection and compliance status. We'll give you global visibility and actions to optimize your existing data protection plans independent of the data protection solution you choose. That's right, we can give you enough information about third-party snapshot managers. There's tools like Cloud Health and Cloudability, they just don't provide you snapshot or data protection level details, and they still charge you for services. Clumio availability, I should say, it introduces the first step in DR with our out of reach of backup and recovery. In catastrophic events, you may need to restore services into another account or another region, and availability enables just that. Where we tag automated app level recovery, you'll see integrated recovery with platforms like SQL and EC2. No need to settle for crash consistent recovery. You have a true app level recovery without the overhead of managing agents, and there's no transfer cost from restoring across regions. Now, I'm sure there's some questions that are outstanding. Questions like, how is Clumio better than AWS native tools or third-party solutions? And while there's a ton of reasons, I'm going to try to hit some of these highlights. You see, in a standard AWS strategy, you'll create AWS snapshots of your assets. The challenge here is those snapshots reside in the same account with your production. It's great for basic operational recovery, but it's not exactly air-gapped outside of your security sphere, nor is it out of your production account. It leaves you vulnerable to data loss in the event you have an account hijack. To achieve air-gap backups, you would need to copy snapshots to a second AWS account, most likely in another region. And you'll also need to make sure that this account and the snapshots are highly secure and they aren't overridable by a bad actor, which is nearly impossible, even for the most mature and skilled cloud deployment. The reason being is that there's always a persistent role for some bad actor to hijack. And new AWS APIs are hard to understand for what options are available when it comes to protecting your data. Replicating snaps is a good strategy, but it can be expensive, and you lose features like backup catalog and index. And plus, customers who have tried to build this on their own complain it's just extremely complex to manage. We actually onboard new customers every week because they're fatigued from keeping up with protection scripts across their environment. Clumio is different. With each and every backup, it's encrypted and it's then transferred to a customer's air-gapped Clumio secured vault. Backups land in immutable storage within each customer's account on the Clumio side. You automatically get a secured backup outside of your security sphere, which is air-gapped and resides in immutable storage. There's no modify, no delete, ever. There's no way for a bad actor to get into your production AWS account and access your Clumio backups. You also get a full backup catalog plus file level indexing, which allows you more granularity for your restoration all the way down to file or database record. And of value, this is done as a service. No hardware, no software to manage. I know I've said it before. You just connect your account to Clumio and you start protecting your data. Now, you're probably sick of hearing about ransomware. I would be too. But at the cost of sounding like an alarmist, I do need to bring up real risks because this is truly what data protection is solving for today. Sure, we could restore after an accidental fat finger, but large-scale corruption and account hijacks, that's the true threats of our enterprise and the cloud data. On top of your breaching of your accounts and encrypting your mission critical data, hackers are looking for your backups. They know if you can recover from a backup, you probably won't pay the ransom, and that's not what they want. In fact, hackers will spend up to 200 days combing through your data looking for your backups. The solution you choose should never require your account held as the starting point. In just 2021, we've seen ransomware impact fuel supply chains like Colonial Pipeline, food supply chains at JBS. Don't be the next victim. Make sure that your backups are not findable by bad actors. There really are just a few options when it comes to solving for account hijack. And let's look at some of those risk profiles that exist in the cloud today to understand maybe where you sit. If you're storing snapshots inside your account, you're at the highest risk. Your snaps are right alongside your production, and if your account is compromised, those backups are removed. I'll show you that in a demo. Copying your snapshots to a second account is another region. It helps to mitigate risk, but you have taken all the security measures. Do you know that you've done that? Did you leave a breadcrumb trail that's easy to follow by hackers so they can find where the replication is at? With Clumio, you completely eliminate risk because every backup is air gapped out of your account to the Clumio, where we have built-in security measures that and it protects you and your backups from the hackers. Now, we've discussed why it's important to have a highly secure encrypted air-gapped backups, but let's talk about all the restore options Clumio brings to the table that make your operational life much more easy, especially if you've been ransomed. You know, so Clumio can restore a full EC2 or RDS instance when you need it to any account, any region. But the instance itself, it doesn't need to be restored to a healthy account. In some cases, customers don't want to restore the entire instance because they fear of restoring corrupted data. So in this case, we enable keyword search for files, database records, so you can recover just those portions to newly created instances. Now for RDS, we have a very slick RDS schema browser, and I'll demo that where I'll show you just a SQL query. Rather than restoring entire database, you can do record retrievals and be on your way. Any one of these restore types is done with just a few clicks in our interface. It's not complicated. You don't have to be an engineer to do restores. You can turn this over to the business group. When a ransom event hits, you have to consider the process of recovery. Is the catalog and data mover sitting in your account and that account is now corrupt? Do you have to comb through multiple snapshots across multiple consoles to find what you need? We aggregate all of your backups across time in a very simple calendar view, which allows you to click into the date and start a restore job. Time's of the essence when it comes to recovery, and we developed a very simple fast recovery process. It doesn't take an expert to run. It's probably one of the most important factors when you choose the right tool. Can your recovery solution be something that you can turn over to a line of business, or does it take engineering drag just to make it work? When it comes to ransomware, and protection from ransomware, Clumio is the best turnkey SaaS product on the market. Ransomware protection is built into the core of the product via complex encryption, immutable storage, air-gap backups. We provide you all the reporting you need to make sure your backups are compliant and available when you need them via easy-to-consume reporting. We give you many options when it comes to recovery, and you can recover in minutes, not hours. Easily build protection policies that are applied across all of your accounts from one single Clumio console. It's a true SaaS platform, so any problem that arises is handled proactively by our support organization. Discovery, it's free of charge. I'll show you what it looks like. Any new onboard, you'd actually get $2,500 worth of credits for Clumio Protect. So thanks for your time. Let's take a look at the demo, and I'll show you some contrast between what we're doing today at Clumio versus, AWS. I apologize for taking so long to go through the slides, my mistake. I'm going to go through some of the highlights of the Clumio platform, but I'll do it really quickly. I'm happy to do more demos for you all in one-on-one. But let me show you some of the difficulties working with AWS Backup. You can see that I have 8 instances. These are 8 instances, but I'm only presented a list of the backups of these 8 instances for this account and this region. So you can see I have 879 snapshots. That's a lot of snapshots, but I don't have a lot of information, and it's really difficult for me to navigate through all these snapshots. One, I don't know the capacity of these snapshots, so I don't know, should I be spending money on demo vol 1 or should I not? And I don't know if this is actually larger than the other, because the numbers that I'm presented here are actually the size of the volume of the snapshot, not the snapshot size. So your reporting's off. I have no idea the contents of these snapshots. So if you were to ask me to recover a file from FLR demo, I just don't know which snapshot that file would have last existed. We'd have to go on some sort of science fair project to work through that. The other issue I have is there's no such thing as a compliance and enforcement of retention. If I have the right authorized IAM, I can delete these snapshots at any will. And so therefore, when you have a compromised account or you have an account hijack, you can see just how easy it is to get to your backups. So with Clumio, we want you to just add your environment, select whatever data source it is that you choose to protect, because we're only going to use a minimum amount of IAM, and it's a non-persistent IAM role. We're doing everything via native API, and so therefore we don't park any compute inside of your account. It allows us to restore your data with an elegant calendar view, and I'm going to pull that up here for you just really quickly, because instead of me going through that list of EC2 snapshots, I'm presented, here's my list of EC2s, and I'm presented now with a calendar view. I can know point in time, when did I actually have a backup, when did it occur, but I also can do a look for a specific keyword search. So now I don't have to hunt and peck which specific snapshot had this test inside the name. And of course, I just pulled up a bunch of stuff here, but I can see that here's this simple test. This file, information like when was it last modified? Clearly, this is some this junk file, but if it was modified in the last few days, I'd see which was the most current version, so I get access to my data. Of course, if you want to browse for files and then directories, we make that possible too. You'll have the entire C drive. Over 50% of the resources in Clumio are file level resources. We know there's a giant demand for it, but we also give you the ability to do full EC2 resource, and it's not just in the account, right? We're decoupled from your account health, so I could put it to another region. When you can see this region is West Oregon, so it's West 2 9351. I can put it into this other account, another region, Ohio, you name it. So we have so much more flexibility that it allows you to have a much more robust recovery. We aren't dependent on your account health. I can go back and I can show you this rinse and repeat with other data sources. Inside of RDS, it's really great. Let's say you have a historical restoration. Sure, you could do a recovery of the entire paths, but wouldn't it be super slick if all you had to do was a SQL query on that specific RDS database? And we make that possible. And so anything that is a valid SQL query, we're going to pull those records for you. So this gets you out of the business of recreating whatever that database looked like from a year ago and hunting and pecking for specific records. We're going to give you that data immediately. And so that's pretty exciting. Now, I want to also give you guys a preview of our S3 data protection. We introduced this concept. It's called protection group. And in a protection group, you can define, I want to protect a specific prefix or prefixes, and I want those to be aligned to buckets or multiple buckets that I own, and I only want to protect those important assets. And really what that means is that now that you've defined that there's only specific objects in these buckets, now you can do restore just as you would expect. I can do a restore that, hey, this begins with, let's talk about, let's say media, and I can just preview, and now media, maybe that was the important object and you're only protecting those things, but now you have a list of it and you can restore it across accounts and across regions, all that data mobility. We give you that capability. It's super easy to work with, and also the visibility that says, hey, these are the snapshots that existed in your account before Clumio. We can ingest them, we can index them, we can catalog them to give you the file level restoration, and we'll also give you a cost savings. And we put all that information at your fingertips. It says, these are your current costs of ownership. You could do it down to a specific asset, you could do it for a specific region, or you could do it inside of a specific account. But that information is available to you. And then, of course, our built-in reports. You can see daily email summary, consumption report, audit goes out to Splunk for long-term retention. I mean, you name it, it's there. So I apologize for making this kind of like a really quick run through Clumio. Hopefully you guys got an idea about what it is that we can do for you, and I hope to be able to show you more. Check us out. We have free inside the marketplace. You can onboard, and we'll give you 30 days free or $2,500 credit.
Awesome presentation, Charles. Really cool demo. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I love the trial there and the credit offer. Very generous of Clumio. I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there that says, what cloud is your organization using? We want to get your feedback on this. Charles, you ready for some questions from the audience?
Yeah, I think I got everything inside the time allowed. So let's go with the questions. Sorry about the rapid demo there.
Yeah, no worries. That was a fast-paced demo, but we got to see a lot, so thank you. Let's see. The first question I wanted to ask you that came in is they're saying, can I buy insurance to cover my costs of recovering from ransomware?
It's interesting because we see that there are insurances available on market. Most of those insurance policies, though, the amount you pay depends on what it is that you've done on your organization to ensure protection of your data. So it's funny, there's going to be another webinar, so check us out on LinkedIn, because that's the only place I can think of. We also probably on our website, where we're going to talk with insurance agencies about how you should use a solution like Clumio to reduce your premiums. But then also, just because you have insurance means that you're able to pay a ransom doesn't mean you get your data back. So it's kind of like, one, sure, have insurance, but isn't it better to have a guarantee to have your data back? And I think that's where we really look at is, let's get you your data back. It's immutable in our platform, and so we'll guarantee you that.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point. And that sounds like a really interesting webinar. I look forward to watching that one. This is a good question here as well. How is this an air gap solution if it's still connected?
So the idea of air gap, and I think this it's a bit of a term that's come from legacy, but there's so much stuff that we're able to solve via hardware now. So if you think about the Clumio architecture, it's totally ephemeral roles. And what that means is that I'm going to spin up a request to do a backup. And when I complete that job, I no longer exist. And so therefore, there isn't anything traceable to get to the backup. So we're able to solve what typically was done with a hardware solution via software. And you'll see that time and time again with modern software that and especially our platform, is that traditionally, the term air gap is right. I have a true segmentation, and we do that with our software platform. We don't leave anything persistent inside of your account, and I think that's really what's key.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. Looks like good distribution here across the clouds, but AWS and Azure are really the two clear winners of that poll. So thank you to everyone who responded to that one. Second poll up on the screen now that says, what additional information would you like about Clumio? Next question for you, Charles, here. They're wanting to know, can you recover to any account if a primary or production account becomes compromised?
Absolutely, and that's the value. When you remove your backup from your security sphere, you have a place to go to do your restoration, and that's in essence what Clumio is doing. We're not asking you to park your backup in your S3 where they can be compromised by account hijack or ransomware. We're going to take them out of your security sphere to ensure that if you have a really bad day, you can get your data back. And that's the biggest differentiator that you'll see, is that there's nothing parked in your account. We have no dependencies upon your account health, your role health, in order to be able to protect your data.
Nice. Yeah, good differentiator there. What about, here's another question from Tim, who's asking, what does Clumio do to keep our data safe once it's backed up?
That's really part of the architecture, in that when you understand how we put across multiple encrypted buckets, but it's a concept of sharding. Every single customer gets a new environment that's built for just customized for them, and the data gets put across multiple layers to where even like our own developers are unable to reproduce your data. There isn't a role, there isn't multiple roles that would be able to get compromised like on our side that gets you access to the data. We've obfuscated the entire platform in a way that bad actors can't get into it and start to access data of our customers. And so that's what allowed us to achieve such industry standard certifications at such a young age, is because they looked at it and they're like, holy cow, this is what I would have done. And then you meet all of those standards. So like ISO 27701, 27001, all the SOC 2s, all those things, they ensure that your data is secured. The platform just provides it for you. It's a turnkey data protection solution.
Very nice. And then I know we talked about the clouds there in the poll, AWS and Azure. What clouds does Clumio support today?
So today we're AWS. We went pretty deep into AWS with your persistent storage or persistent compute that's needed to be packed up where you have your critical data. Talk with us in a couple of weeks or so, and we'll have some answers for you around Azure. Would love to learn like what needs you have in Azure. So I think you'll see that there's more to come, but we definitely went out with AWS as our first data source.
Excellent. Yeah, exciting news hopefully on the way. So thank you for hinting at that. Another question here, do you protect S3?
Absolutely, we sure do. We just now actually initiated an S3 early access because we understood that there's so many limitations in protecting S3 inside of AWS, and really that's what we're doing in Clumio. We're saying, look, you have a kind of a good enough, but we're making it better, and we're meeting the enterprise standards for audit and visibility. So instead of you having to depend upon replication, versioning, or retention lock, which all add cost, we'll allow you to be very prescriptive and do data protection in your S3. I know I did a quick demo and I introduced protection groups. Happy to share even more about that. The other thing is not only are we more secure and quicker to get your data back, it's at a lower cost. So love to share more about what we're doing in S3.
Got it. And then this is a good question here from Eileen. What sort of training is required to use Clumio?
That's a great question, because I think that you're going to see new software platforms that help manage the business should require zero training, or minimal. It's kind of like your smartphone. You got your smartphone and you can get most of the basics done without ever having to read a manual, and that's the essence of Clumio. There is no real training that's necessary. We have guides that we can walk through. We've got videos and things of that nature. But this is truly so simple. It's a tool you could turn over to lines of business managers that never had a technical experience in their lives, right? They don't have like understanding of how software works. They just like button click, right? And it makes it so easy. So that's really, I think, probably something that's understated in how powerful and successful you can be with your solutions is, can I turn it over to just anybody and they can just start getting the basics of it from day one? And the answer with Clumio is yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, spinning up an instance in AWS might be easy, but providing data protection and DR for that is a little more head-scratching without a solution like this. So,
well, and let's
excellent.
be honest on one thing, too, is that long gone are the days where you're going to, be able to send your staff for a week-long training just to figure out one piece of the software, right? That's just not strategic for the business. And so consuming SaaS that's ready to go, that's fully optimized, that's really what we're going to see more and more enterprises leaning into.
Absolutely. Yeah, great point. Great point. So solutions have got to be easy to use. All right. Well, Charles, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A. There's some more technical questions there for you in the queue. Thank you so much for the demo.
Thank you.
For more information on Clumio, check out the Handouts tab there as well. There is a resource you can check out. And also, of course, as Charles said, you can find Clumio in the AWS Marketplace. Easy to try and get started. If you haven't answered the poll, now's the time to do it. We're about to move on, but first I want to announce our next Amazon $500 gift card winner. This is going to William Watkins from North Carolina. Congratulations. All right, and with that, it's now time for our next presentation on the Megacast. I'm excited to bring in now Mr. Jeff Inouye, Technical Marketing Architect at Rubric. Jeff, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
Today I'm going to present on Rubric and how we've modernized data protection and provided a disaster recovery solution for our customers. My name is Jeff Inouye. I'm a technical marketing architect here at Rubric. My background is a wide range of IT experience, ranging from help desk support, administration, and architect roles. So within this session, we're going to take a look at an introduction to Rubric and how we've modernized the backup stack. And we're going to take a look at how it works. So we're going to look at the design principles as well as the security and performance features. We'll take a look at Rubric as a solution and what our customers love about our product. And then we'll dive into the demo and see a few features in action. So this is the solution that we're all familiar with. It's really the crowded multi-tiered architecture of backup. It's composed of complex software, hardware, and all the backup storage targets like tape and deduplication targets. So I come from an operations background, and deduplication targets were great, when they came out 10 plus years ago. They got rid of tape and they consolidated storage. But the problem really became that they still added more complexity, and really it was slow recovery times for just single files. So the idea of Rubric is simple. We want to provide architectural simplicity through a zero-trust, scale-out cluster. We also want to provide operational efficiency with features like our Sla Domain policy engine, live mount, and API integrations. So many of our customers live in the multi-data center and multi-cloud world. They have multiple on-prem applications and services, and SaaS applications and cloud services in public cloud. So in 2019, we recognized this shift and we launched Polaris. And Polaris is a SaaS application that provides a platform for our modules, such as GPS for global management, radar for ransomware detection, and sonar for data classification. And through this portfolio, we're able to provide protection, governance, assurance and security, as well as data mobility. And all of this is encompassed through our APIs. So now that we have an idea of the architecture, let's take a closer look at how it works and the principles of our design, security, and performance. A key design principle is our API first approach. The simple way to understand this is any action taken within our interface can be performed through an SDK or directly working with the API. So what this does is it highlights the modern approach to our software development. It also provides endless integration capabilities. So think about service catalogs like vRealize or ServiceNow. It also allows the administrator to create operational workflows that can easily be built through our SDKs or other automation tooling that can consume a REST API. So an example of this is we can automate a live mount and then do a DBCC check on an automated or recurring basis. It also lends a hand to our rapid integration for new Rubric software. So an example of this from our past is that we've federated data with Rubric Polaris. Another key design principle is our Sla Domain policy engine. So what this does is it uses a declarative method, and this allows the administrator to simply describe how they want workloads to be protected and establish the RPO and the data lifecycle. So from here, the software automates the generation, delegation, and execution of the prescribed task. So what it means is our customers don't have to worry about scheduling the backup, replication, archival, or data management jobs. So once we get this SLA created, it can be applied to any workload. These could be virtual machines, NAS data stores, or databases like SQL and Oracle. So from a security standpoint, Rubric adheres to the tenets of the CIA triad, or confidentiality, integrity, and availability. It is extremely important to our customers, as well as us, to have confidence in the security of the backups. So what we've done is we've built in integrity with qualities like end-to-end encryption, role-based access control, and multi-factor authentication. The integrity of our backups are maintained throughout the system, and three key highlights are: one, the immutable file system. So what that means is that once a backup is ingested, it can't be modified from an internal or an external source. The second is that we have a zero trust cluster design. So every service and communication is authorized within the stack. The third and final is continual CRCs and fingerprinting in the background. So we can guarantee what you back up is what you restore. It also ensures that hardware failures or other corruption are identified and we can maintain integrity. Let's face it, RPOs and RTOs drive the conversation of disaster recovery. It is a key metric for any disaster recovery plan. So here are a few ways that Rubric is able to provide enhanced performance. 1, the ability to delegate and perform parallel workloads. So within our task framework, we can divvy up those individual tasks and divide that up into data streams to nodes within a cluster. So we can distribute that workload for either a backup or a restore operation. The second is that we provide granular protection with near zero RPOs. So things like continuous data protection for virtual machines or log handling for databases. The third is our fast RTOs with our live mount features. Now that we have an overview of how Rubric is architected, let's identify how Rubric can be implemented as a solution for data protection and disaster recovery. The Rubric solution itself boils down to two key pillars. One is the operational efficiency. So we can leverage our automation and policy-driven design to save time and technical debt, and clearly define the RPOs and have the ability to shift as the business needs. The second is our easy-to-use interface. So we want to reduce the stress during a disaster, and we also want to simplify the operational procedures. The third is that we can automate and use our APIs to create workflows and repeatable tasks. The second pillar is our architectural simplicity. So what we can provide out of box is security features like role-based access control, immutability and integrity of backups, and a security hardened system. It's also scale out, so we eliminate the need for forklift upgrades and redesigns of the configuration, or what I call from operations, the backup reboot. So when I was working in IT ops, we would always have to reconfigure our backups. And in that, we would have to rebuild the infrastructure as well, because our data set always continued to grow. So we would redesign, re-architect our backup infrastructure. And then over the course of say 6 to 12 months, it would start to atrophy. And we would have to perform what I called the backup reboot. Okay, so there's a lot of features that were mentioned in the presentation. So let's jump into the demo and we can take a look at the interface. Now that we're in the demo environment, we can take a look at our user interface. So from here, we can take a look at the summary dashboard view. We can identify system health and overall status of the cluster. So in the top left, you can see current jobs that are running. And in the center, you can see our cluster health. And in the bottom right, you can see the capacity of the cluster itself. So if we take a look at the monitoring tab here on the left, we can also see completed jobs from the last 24 hours. So this is really handy because we're now able to do search against a particular object name. And then we can see the tasks that have been done for that object. So things like backup or replication. If we want to look at the logs, we can click on the view button here and we can see a nice detailed log for troubleshooting if needed. But really it gives you a sense of a simple and easy to use product that lends a hand to the administrator to identify and troubleshoot if needed. So during the presentation, we looked at, we talked about Sla domains. So let's go ahead and create one of those now. So if we click on Sla domains and then local domains, we can then click the plus sign and we can create an Sla domain policy. So let's mock up what a typical customer would have in their environment. I'm going to go ahead and call this Sla domain policy tier 1. And at the top here, we can enable advanced features like continuous data protection. So the other nice feature that we have is advanced frequencies. So we can now accommodate schedules that are on a quarterly basis or on a particular day of the year for annuals. This is something that the advanced frequency feature can encompass. The typical model, though, is daily backups, and we'll keep those for 32 days. We'll do monthly backups, and we'll keep those for, say, 12 months. And then we'll do annuals, and typically 5 to 7 years is the typical retention cycle for most customers. So what we have here is, again, the declarative approach, right, to the retention and the frequency of which our backups will take place. So from here, we'll click Next, and we'll take a look at the archiving and replication options. So this little slider bar here, if we click on it, we can go ahead and select our archival location, which is in AWS. And then we can use this little slider bar here to determine how much data we want to protect, how much data we want to retain on cluster for fast recoveries. So a typical customer example would be we'll want to keep 45 days of backups on the cluster itself for fast recoveries, and then everything after that we'll go ahead and archive to the AWS bucket. We can also use replication by clicking this little slider bar here, and we can select our target cluster. So here this lends a hand to disaster recovery plans, and we can immediately replicate a snapshot that's taken on the cluster, on the source cluster, and then replicate it over to the secondary cluster. So this encompasses an SLA policy that would give disaster recovery solutions for our customers. So from here, we'll click Next, and we'll get a summary of the SLA domain policy that we're about to create. So really the key here is that we can take this SLA policy and now we can apply it to anything within the environment. So if it's a VM or a database or a NAS data store. So let's jump over to Polaris and take a look at the features there. And here what we're looking at is the GPS module, or the global management. And here we have, again, another summary and dashboard view. So here we can now identify the system health and the status of the entire environment. So if we click on clusters, we can actually see our state of 3 different clusters. These are separate Rubric clusters that are attached to Polaris. And we can identify the system health of each one of them. We can also look at the inventory across the global environment, right? So everything from O365 to vSphere to AWS products or Azure. So for example, we can click on View under vSphere here, and we can see everything that our clusters have been backing up. Another nice feature here is that we can do search, right? We can search against this catalog, and we can perform recoveries from here. So we now have one centralized location where we can control our backup and recoveries from. A nice security feature here is that we aggregate all of the events from all of the clusters, right? So we can look at the past 24 hours, for example. We can select multiple clusters if needed to identify and aggregate that information. The other is that we have an audit log, so we can now take a snapshot of successful logins and failures, things of the security nature that we need to capture. All right, so let's jump over to Radar. I know that we discussed that in the presentation. So if we click this tile, what we'll see and presented with is an event, right? So what our system has detected from this backup is that there's an anomalous event, Right, so we can click on Investigate Snapshot here, and we can see from this File Explorer view, what has been modified or changed from the last backup. So let's look at something that's typical, like file shares. And what we can see here is we have suspicious events that are occurring within that data set. So let's click on Finance Department and drill down further. And what we can see here is now we have deleted originals that are replaced with encrypted items. So from this point, the administrator can simply click the deleted items and then perform a 2-click restore. If they wanted to, they could also perform a live mount of this snapshot and present it back to the vSphere environment. So let's go ahead and do that now. So here we're in the calendar view. We can actually roll back and say we wanted to go to the 16th. And we wanted to present that VM back to our test environment. So say if it's something for like security evaluation or something of that nature. Or if we've deemed this a date with our other security tools that this is an okay replacement for what's in production, we can go ahead and perform that action. So we'll click on the snapshot and then click on recovery options. And here we're presented with a few different recovery options. But for our use case, we'll go ahead and live mount back to the test environment. So we can drill down to our cluster that has our test ESXi hosts. And then we can click on Advanced Settings and say if you wanted to ensure that the virtual network device was disconnected, we can go ahead and select that here. Then we can simply click Mount, and that operation will now be sent down to the cluster, and we can present that snapshot back to the vSphere environment. So let me go ahead and select on this tab here, and we'll take a look at our recovery. All right, so what you can see here is the live mount operation presenting from the Rubric cluster. So we'll present the storage and then use the compute to power that virtual machine on from that snapshot. So this lends a hand to disaster recovery operations that would be required in order to mitigate something like ransomware or some other type of event, like if it's known or unknown. So this is really the broader vision of Rubric and how we're able to aggregate all of those clusters and all of those protectable objects within the environment. So if it's on-prem or if it's in the cloud, we want to be able to protect it and give a global view and really a source of truth to all that information. So with that, it looks like we're out of time, so I'll hand it back to you. Thanks, David.
All right, really cool demo. Thank you so much, Jeff. I appreciate that. It's cool to see these products like Rubric in action. You can really visualize the power here. So I've just brought up a poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Rubric solution? And we appreciate your feedback on that. The experts from Rubric are here answering questions electronically as quickly as they can. We got a lot of great questions coming in. Of course, don't forget about our best question prize as well. We're doing for a $50 Amazon gift card for each session on the Megacast today. So asking a question is a good way to help increase your odds of winning a prize. A lot of good questions again coming in, and let's get some more responses here to the poll question while I announce our next set of prize winners. All right, we've got another Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Mo Barghudi from Nebraska. Congratulations, Mo Barghudi from Nebraska. And our second grand prize winner for another Samsung S21 5G smartphone. This is going to Ron Revelia from California. Congratulations, Ron Revelia from California. All right, I will post all the prize winners' names here in the questions pane. I'll do that right now while we get a few more responses to our poll question. All right, intermission's over. Hopefully you're ready for some more exciting presentations here on the Megacast, because we have our next presenter, and I'm excited to bring him in now. Welcome to Vineet Kumar, Principal Product Marketing Manager at CrowdStrike. Vineet, thanks for being on.
Thank you for hosting me. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, I hear you. Great to have you. Take it away.
Thank you. So, all right. So I welcome all of you again on behalf of CrowdStrike. I am Vineet, Principal Product Manager at CrowdStrike. I manage cloud and container security product line. In this session, I will be covering how CrowdStrike can secure your cloud environment using a single integrated product. So with this, let's get started. So no matter how you think about cloud, one thing is clear: cloud and container adoption has gone mainstream. Gartner says that by 2025, more than 85% of the global organizations will be running cloud and container in their production environment. In fact, in last 1.5 years, due to COVID, we have seen many companies accelerating their digital transformation, which caused a surge in demand for cloud-based solution and hence a cloud-based security solution as well. However, securing cloud is very, very challenging, mainly because it's highly dynamic in nature, right? It can scale up and it can scale down easily in minutes. In fact, CSPs are releasing new services every day, right? On top of it, developers can start using these new services without consulting you, and they often use these services with default configurations. And default configurations are actually designed for usability rather than security. A good example is a load balancer, right? When you start a service to balance your workload for your web server, it's publicly accessible by default, right? It's assumed that it's for a web server, but you may not be running a web server, right? It should be private by default. So such configurations are left open in the cloud and can get compromised easily, right? On top of it, adversaries are consistently scanning for cloud environment misconfigurations, vulnerabilities, so that they can connect to it and deploy a malware. Every now and then we will listen about, S3 bucket being left open. So human mistakes are very, very costly in this space. Most of the customers start their journey through lift and shift, and because of shortage of a skill, they start treating cloud as an on-prem data center. That's a big problem. You know why? Because your perimeter has changed. In your private data center, you rely on your network security, right? But in the cloud, that's gone. Identity, access control, these are your new parameters, and they don't realize that there is a shift and change in the security paradigm when they move to the cloud. So to address all these problems, CrowdStrike provides a hybrid cloud security solution. But before we talk about solution, let's talk about CrowdStrike approach. The CrowdStrike approach aligns closely with our internal cloud security strategy. And that's not by accident. Given we are running one of the largest cloud in the world, I will soon share some of the stats about CrowdStrike. But internally within CrowdStrike, we use three-pronged approach. First approach is to learn as much as we can learn about adversaries, right? So that way we can understand their practices and we can prevent it. We can try to be a step ahead of adversaries. The second approach is to reduce unnecessary attack surface, and third is to increase the visibility into necessary attack surface of the infrastructure which we have to run. And everything has to be fully automated and integrated with your CI/CD pipeline that reduces the human dependencies and hence human touch, which causes human mistakes and misconfigurations, right? Now, in all the three steps, if you notice, one thing is common. We are focused on adversaries. That's the strategy which CrowdStrike has followed with respect to other competitive products. Now let's talk about CrowdStrike. What's our product development strategy? CrowdStrike is running one of the largest cloud in the world. We get actually more than 1 trillion events per day. Right, so by the time I speak a line, there are millions of events already pumped into the cloud, so you can understand the scale. Now, in order to secure this cloud, we have a very good hunting team. What we do is we rely on runtime information that's collected through CrowdStrike Falcon sensor. We also collect additional cloud logs, and all this information is stored centrally in a correlation engine. All right, so far so good. The magic comes after that. We take this data and then we have created behavioral indicator of attacks for the cloud. That's something unique for CrowdStrike. So when a real breach happens, you have to understand how adversary is moving in your environment, and that's extremely important. Now, we developed all these behavioral indicators for our own use to secure CrowdStrike Cloud. Then we thought about sharing it with our customers so that our customers can use the same technology to secure their cloud as well. And that's our product strategy. We have developed the product using practitioners who are securing CrowdStrike Cloud day in and day out. Now, if you look at many other competitive products, they are highly focused around shift left strategy, misconfigurations, which is an option to catch as many security issues as possible earlier in the cycle, which is a great strategy, but it's not sufficient. It's like, keeping your house clean, but once the house is infected, right, then you need real-time data. You need to see what adversary is doing, how they are laterally movement from cloud to your on-prem data center and things like that. That's where CrowdStrike differentiates. CrowdStrike is focused on cloud threat hunting by introducing a behavioral indicator of attacks. We also understand that perimeter has changed and identity is a new parameter. Therefore, we have a dedicated module for identity protection as well. Of course, we do standard stuff like misconfiguration detections, compliance, and shift left for container security as well. So we have what other competitive products have. Along with that, we have our own cloud threat hunting and runtime protection module. So if you look at full security stack for a cloud, it has 3 main components. It will have a control plane security, which we have. We have pre-runtime and a post-runtime or runtime security. Well, let's quickly glance through CrowdStrike security portfolio. CrowdStrike has Kubernetes and container protection and cloud workload protection for virtual machines and hybrid cloud for runtime protection. For securing the control plane, CrowdStrike provides cloud security posture management product with behavioral detection that's marketed as Horizon. Apart from that, we talked about shortage of skills. Therefore, CrowdStrike provides 2 types of services. First one is 24/7 managed threat hunting service. So CrowdStrike IR team can manage your environment for adversarial activities and alert you, if we see any breach going on in your environment. The last one is CrowdStrike services. This is designed for customers where they would like CrowdStrike to manage the entire security portfolio. So that way you don't have to bother about it. CrowdStrike can configure it and keep your environment safe and secure. Now, all these modules are developed by CrowdStrike. We haven't acquired a company. That helps us in creating a fully integrated product that can reduce risk in your environment, and it will accelerate your CrowdStrike, your cloud adoption journey. With this, let's switch to a demo. All right, so let me repeat it again. So we have this Falcon console, which is a SaaS-based console. We track adversaries across the world, which is part of the threat intel, which we have, and for each adversaries we have a profile. This is the profile I was talking about. We track how many vulnerabilities are exploited by them, and this feeds back into the product in the form of detections. So for each detections, we can identify, what type of actor is associated with it, and then take necessary actions. Now for Kubernetes protection, we have a dedicated product, which is designed for providing security for Kubernetes and containers. Now in this case, we have a dedicated dashboard which will show you most of the metrics, like how many vulnerable containers are running, runtime detections. Using this dashboard, you can drill down further. For example, to view the assets, you can actually go to the assets page. You can see how many containers, pod, and clusters are running. We can show you your Kubernetes environment. You can easily identify your vulnerable Kubernetes. For example, we can see that there is 1.6 Kubernetes running. You can drill down further to actually go and take corrective actions. All right, so for image assessment, we have a dedicated dashboard. We have connection with all popular registries. And we also have a dedicated dashboard where you can see all the results from vulnerabilities. All right, so we can show you how many vulnerabilities are there. We can show you critical vulnerabilities. We can show you actively exploited vulnerabilities. These are the vulnerabilities which are actively exploited by the adversaries. You can drill down further to view the vulnerability details as well. For network security, we have dedicated dashboard, and we have a page where you can filter data to view network traffic between the pods. You can get an overview of your environment. You can easily find out how many ports are opened and drill down further to do investigation. Now, the strength of CrowdStrike is in runtime protection. So for runtime protection, we have a couple of options and a dedicated page called investigation, which starts with dashboards to show misconfigurations. It can show you rogue containers running in your environment. We can also show you drift detection. So if a new binary is downloaded on your system and then executed, then we can catch that. We can also show you misconfigurations more or less without deploying any agent on the node. All we need is one broker in your cluster, and we can show you misconfigurations. Now let's drill down into detections. When you click on the detection, you land up in a detection page where we will show you all the runtime detections, along with various details such as process tree associated with it. Process tree will show you a complete view of the command executed inside it, the containers, container where this particular incident has occurred, and it will give you pod and other related information. Now, in the investigate page, you can definitely see the detections, but you can also see some additional metadata, such as the image ID associated with it. And if it's running in a public cloud, then you can actually see the account ID and the instance ID associated with the cloud. CrowdStrike collects all the data and stores it into one single database called Threat Graph, which is here. So using Threat Graph, you can actually search across the product. So in this example, you can easily take a container ID and move towards your cloud to find out if there is an issue in your cloud environment. For that, we have another product line called CSPM. When you click on CSPM, you will land up in a CSPM dashboard where you can filter the data based on the account. So now we are carrying forward our investigation from runtime to the CSPM in the cloud. Now, the way we differentiate is that we do have misconfigurations, right? But we have behavioral indicator of attacks for the cloud. This is what I was talking in the beginning of the presentation. Right? We can show you which assets are vulnerable. We can show you top misconfigurations, and we can show you top behavioral detections. Now, these things are also available through our assessment dashboard. So let's view at a few misconfigurations. These are some of the examples of misconfigurations, right? If I click on it, it will take me to a screen where I can learn more further details about this particular misconfiguration associated with the event. For example, here you can see that there's a misconfiguration with admin access. Everything is mapped to MITRE framework. So at any point in the time, the stage of the attack. We will explain you our alert logic. We will also provide you a remediation guidance to fix this particular issue. Now we talked about behavioral detection as a strength for CrowdStrike. That's this, right? For behavioral detections, you have to see the behavior. So when you click on any of these behavioral indicators, we will actually show you a full profile. First thing is we will rate it. For example, this is 7.7 out of 10, and therefore it's a critical incident. Somebody has changed the public firewall and make an instance public. You can see the activities carried by them. Like in this example, somebody found and queried the security group, and then they changed the firewall to 000 to open it. That was the request. And he got a response with 00, which means the firewall is opened up, right? So we can see the pre-activities, what happened that led to an incident, and then we can show you what the guy did after this. Why did he laterally move, or did he did the same attack on some other instance, and it looks like he carried out that attack on another instance. Now, like misconfigurations, we will explain you why this is important, and we will also give you a remediation plan. You can fix it using the remediation plan. So what do we support in the cloud from CSPM perspective? We support all three popular clouds, which is AWS, Azure, and GCP across multiple services. For each service, you can actually go and view the details. And again, you can understand why this is important, what is alert logic and how to remediate this particular issue. Not only that, we have compliance reports. So you can directly view compliance, CS compliance, NIST compliance, for example, reports from this dashboard. We also talked about identity as a new boundary. So we are the only company to give identity protection for multiple cloud, which is AWS and Azure. GCP is coming soon. We give identity analysis for users as well as applications. In addition to that, you will also hear that automation is important, and CrowdStrike provides automation via an API. We have rich set of APIs for automating everything, including cloud security. With this, I would like to say that CrowdStrike has a fully integrated product that helps you in stopping breaches. I think we can open the floor for Q&A.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation and cool demo. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We do have some questions for you here from the audience. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about CrowdStrike? So let's see here, Vineet, lots of great questions coming in. The first one I was going to ask you here is, how are adversaries in the cloud different than in the on-premises world, or are they?
Oh yeah, I mean that's a great question. What we are finding is that about 80% of the attacks happening in the cloud infrastructure are still traditional attacks. For example, APTs, malware, fileless malware, things like that. Vulnerability exploitation is very popular in the cloud security, right? In cloud infrastructure. So that's there. So you need your runtime protection. But we are also finding that there are adversaries looking for cloud-specific attacks, such as IAM credentials. Because once they get access to the IAM credentials, then they can pretty much control anything in the cloud, right? So we are seeing that. We have seen many proof of concepts for ransomware, for S3 buckets, and things like that. So we are seeing a new pattern in the cloud where adversaries, especially state-sponsored adversaries, are targeting cloud-specific attacks in the cloud infrastructure.
Excellent, thank you. There's a number of questions here around the dashboard They're asking about customizations. Is that possible?
Oh, yes. So the way we have done is these dashboard elements are more like widgets, which you get in your, for your laptop or for your mobile phone. Each widget is self-contained, so you can actually use custom dashboard options available within the product to customize your dashboard.
Very nice. And then it's a question from Casey here. I'm guessing she's maybe a service provider or something, because she's or he's asking, forgive me, either way, is the dashboard available to customers and my ops team? As an MSP, it's very important for my customers and ops team to have access to the dashboard.
Yeah, that's another very, very good question. So CrowdStrike is very popular and understands MSSP use cases. We, in fact, have a module for MSSP where we can show these dashboards at individual account level. And for MSSP owners, we can show a consolidated view as well. In fact, there is a full team dedicated to design the product for MSSP use cases.
Nice. Amy is asking, can you get reports emailed to you on a schedule?
Yes, that's another good question. We recently announced something called workflows, right? Treat it as a SOAR workflow, right? Where you can pick up various information from the platform and then you can send it into to the end user in various formats. It could be an email, using that tool. In fact, you can click some automation and can integrate it with Slack and some other notification system as well. Apart from that, CrowdStrike gives a rich set of APIs which actually integrates with any platform. In fact, we have more than 50 partners in our CrowdStrike store, which uses this API to generate products on top of it, reports on top of it.
Very nice. Here's a good question. What if I don't have the skills to manage this full time? Do you have any recommendations?
Yeah, so that's a scenario which we often encounter in the field. There is a shortage of cybersecurity skills, and we totally understand that. That's why we designed two services, as I covered in my presentation. One was Overwatch, which means CrowdStrike hunting team will do hunting in your environment. If a breach happens, we will call you and alert you, right? But in this case, you are managing the CrowdStrike security software. Let's take it to the next level where someone says, I don't have even skills to manage the security software because this is complex. Then we have CrowdStrike services team. They will deploy the CrowdStrike software, manage it, configure it to keep your environment secure, along with the breach prevention feature which I talked just now.
Very nice. I like that. A lot of flexibility there. Like you said, there are a shortage of cloud security experts. So that seem like great options for companies out there. Well, I'm afraid we're running out of time here in our live Q&A session. If folks want to get started with this, what do you recommend?
Sure. Yeah, I will be available in the chat along with my team, and we will be, glad to respond to the questions.
Excellent. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of great questions still here in the electronic queue. Maybe you can get back to those folks, Vineet. But thank you. Great presentation, and thank you for taking time to do the demo as well. Very cool.
Thanks for hosting me.
All right. And for more information on CrowdStrike, check out the Handouts tab right there, and you'll find a link to the CrowdStrike Cloud Security homepage. And they've got a lot more resources available there on their landing page, so make sure that you check that out. All right, and thank you to everyone out there for the excellent questions. I'll leave that poll question up while I announce our next prize winner. This is going to Raj Gopal from Virginia for an Amazon $500 gift card. And now I'm excited to bring in our next presenter on today's Megacast. Welcome, Jeff Dickey, Chief Technologist for Cloud and Data Services at NetApp. Jeff, it's great to have you back on. Take it away.
Today I'm going to be going over NetApp Cloud Volumes on Google Cloud. So a little about me. My name is Jeff Dickey. I live in the Seattle area, and I started focusing on cloud in 2009. I've done everything from building some of the largest private clouds in the world, all the way to migrating large enterprise businesses into the cloud, and I've also helped customers move from public cloud into their own private clouds. I've seen the full circle of cloud migrations. I've been at NetApp for almost 3 years, and I'm part of the Office of the CTO in our Public Cloud Services division. This is a picture of me and my son in Baltimore. This summer, we had the opportunity to go to a PLL game, which is the Professional Lacrosse League. My son loves lacrosse and plays on a traveling team, and that allows us to do some fun things in the fall and in the summer together. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to talk about our journey with Google Cloud and how to move further and faster using NetApp and Google Cloud together. Today, digital transformation tops the strategic agenda in most organizations. Leaders are under tremendous pressure to harness today's wealth of data and apply it to create new value across the entire organization, all with limited time, skills, and budget. However, building a data-centric organization is no small undertaking. As our industry evolves, data is an increasingly important IT business driver. The criticality and centrality of data are the only constants in our industry now. For most companies, data used to be the enabler of business performance. Now data is the business. Vendors that help customers manage and safeguard their data will lead the next era of IT. With the new predominance of data, how customers manage and consume data is also changing. Data consumption will increase by 53% per year until 2020. Stored data is then expected to grow 1.7 times to 11.7 zettabytes by 2023. And according to IDC, by 2022, 40% of all data stored will be stored in cloud. We asked our customers about the challenges they face with workloads in the cloud. What they told us confirmed what we already knew. Companies across all industries are leveraging cloud to drive business growth and innovation. But despite the fast cloud adoption, the most traditional enterprise applications still run on-prem. To migrate traditional applications to cloud, organizations need to modernize applications, acquire new knowledge, and update policies. This makes your journey to cloud slow, expensive, and complex. But there's an opportunity here. You can get the freedom to run traditional and cloud-native applications anywhere and move them across the hybrid multi-cloud without redesigning your code, your processes, or your teams. Harness cloud advantages faster and at lower costs, and get peace of mind knowing that your data is always available, secure, and compliant. At this point, you might ask yourself, who is NetApp and what does NetApp have to do with the cloud and digital transformation? And that's a great question. Don't just believe us. Here's what top analyst firms are saying about NetApp and public clouds. NetApp is the leader in block and file storage per Gartner and IDC. NetApp is here to take enterprise grade to enterprise great by helping you meet more cloud mandates for hybrid and cloud-native workloads with fully managed file service or self-directed storage service, delivering the freedom to run Linux and Windows applications natively across the hybrid Google Cloud without redesigning your code, your processes, or your teams. Industry leaders rely on NetApp. All the leading companies across all the top verticals leverage NetApp cloud services. These industries look to NetApp to solve their expanding workload challenges. They look for our leadership across Flash, object, private clouds, and hybrid cloud, and public clouds to meet their ever-increasing needs. The real power of the partnership between NetApp and Google is that we're better together. We share many of the same customers, and together we're able to help them reach their goals faster while continuing to optimize what they run in cloud. Both of our engineering teams have worked long hours together to bring the world's #1 data storage operating system ONTAP to the secure, agile, scalable Google Cloud platform. We've created something extremely innovative, not just for NetApp customers, but for any organization looking to optimize their experience on Google Cloud. One of our joint customers is MailerLite. MailerLite is a powerhouse email marketing company. They send more than 30 million emails per day. They migrated 100 million files from on-prem storage systems into Google Cloud. By turning to NetApp and Google Cloud, MailerLite was able to migrate a massive file system in record time. Using NetApp XCP data migration software and NetApp Cloud Volume Service to manage the data, the customer was able to move all 100 million files over the weekend and start Monday morning up and running in their new cloud environment. Now, with the move behind them, MailerLite is growing the business because they can scale their cloud infrastructure faster to meet their expanding needs. In addition to the scale and flexibility that MailerLite achieved in their migration, they also benefit from the singular experience of the capabilities of NetApp integrated into Google Cloud. Customers get all of the great enterprise data protection, and we make it look like one organization. Despite the fast cloud adoption, 65% of traditional enterprise applications still run on-prem. To migrate these applications to cloud, organizations need to modernize applications, acquire new knowledge, and update policies. And this approach makes their cloud journey slow, expensive, and complex. But there's another issue. Even if they have the knowledge, magically modernized applications and new policies, their enterprise applications remain on-prem because they require high availability and scalable shared file storage that can stand up to potential zone and regional outages in the cloud. That means these customers have an infrastructure challenge that runs parallel to their app knowledge gaps, and this often means apps and data remain on-prem, awaiting enterprise-grade file capabilities in the cloud. This causes real issues for customers wanting to move applications and databases to cloud. Here's really what customers need to address these challenges: scale, performance, availability, flexible implementations, and simplicity. Data keeps growing and we need more performance for these massive data sets. Cloud also gives us the flexibility to allow for more availability, leveraging multiple availability zones and regions. And the real key to successful cloud migrations is eliminating future technical debt. You want to leverage as much SaaS as you can to reduce as many complexities so that you could easily adopt new technologies as they come along. We all know that the speed of innovation in cloud outpaces anything we're used to, and we can't be held back by complexity and technical debt. So the ask is for an easy-to-use, enterprise-grade cloud storage solution that brings data center class storage, management, and automation to the flexible, scalable, and agile Google Cloud. And we've done this by partnering with Google Cloud to create the Cloud Volumes platform portfolio, all built with NetApp ONTAP running on Google Cloud. The first option in the portfolio is called Cloud Volumes Service. This is NetApp ONTAP delivered as a managed service on Google Cloud, built by and supported by Google Cloud. This service is designed so you only have to manage provisioning volumes. The rest of the storage management, configuring storage volumes, optimizing for performance, availability, and even software upgrades are managed by the service. The second option is called Cloud Volumes ONTAP. This is NetApp ONTAP delivered on Google Cloud with rich data management for your cloud resources, multi-protocol file and block data access, high availability storage for applications, advanced storage efficiency and replication technologies, and flexible consumption models. Using Cloud Manager, you have a single control panel where you can consistently manage and monitor your data across clouds and on-prem. And we have a simple capacity-based licensing. So how do you decide which Cloud Volumes option is best suited for your application? The key is being able to leverage the right storage option for your applications. This doesn't mean going all in on one or the other. What we allow is for you to choose the best option for your applications and data, which means choice and flexibility, so you get exactly what you want and what your apps and data need. NetApp gives you the control. You can think of it as a big dial that you can turn one way to a managed service that provides simplicity with plug-and-play file share support, and then the other way to a storage as a service with greater control to manage your storage environment yourself. We built an incredibly functional and easy-to-use single pane of glass for deploying and managing Cloud Volumes ONTAP called Cloud Manager. Cloud Manager provides all the enterprise-class features for cloud storage and easy replication of data across hybrid clouds that are built on NetApp. Cloud Manager was built with simplicity in mind. It guides you through the Cloud Volumes ONTAP setup process in a few quick steps and eases data management by offering simplified storage provisioning and automated capacity management. Cloud Manager also enables drag and drop data replication across a hybrid cloud, and everything can be fully automated. We have tight integration with Google Cloud, so you can access NetApp Cloud Volumes right through your Google Cloud console. But Cloud Volumes Service and Cloud Volumes ONTAP are just the beginning of our vast cloud portfolio to meet all your cloud needs. We have moved beyond just storing data in Google Cloud to now backing it up, tiering it, migrating it, caching it, securing it, as well as monitoring it. There are 10 different cloud services now that enable customers to migrate enterprise applications like SAP, VMware, Microsoft SQL, and more to Google Cloud. We also help deploy, automate, and restore modern applications based on containers and Kubernetes, and then optimize these applications to lower cost and improve agility. The innovation doesn't stop there. Now let's go over the Google Cloud Services NetApp's portfolio is integrated with. To start, we integrate with Google Cloud Infrastructure, cloud storage, VPC, and persistent disks. The integration with access, monitoring, and security is key too, especially managed encryption keys. The real important integration is with the services Compute Engine for VMs, Kubernetes Engine for containers, and VMware Engine for VMware data stores, and the Guest OS. Only NetApp Cloud Volumes Platform can be that single storage solution for traditional Linux and Windows applications, new modern apps, and VMware deployments in Google Cloud. Here's some of the benefits customers gain when they leverage NetApp's cloud portfolio. These are key to running, scaling, and optimizing your business in cloud, including scalability, high availability, disaster recovery, encryption, backup, restore, data efficiencies, data compliance, and of course, automation. The key to remember is everything I've talked about so far, all the capabilities and benefits, it's all on tap. It's all based on the world's #1 storage operating system. Now let's talk through a few examples of how customers are using the NetApp Cloud Volumes platform in Google Cloud. The first example is around a software development environment with a need for continuous integration. A medical device company with a SaaS service in Google Cloud deployed a cluster with over 1,000 different containers. These containers need access to a high available and backed up shared file system to hold all the binaries that the containers are going to use for their build jobs, as well as the output for the build artifacts once the job is complete. This is a great use case for a shared file system like Cloud Volumes and Cloud Backup that together provides the data protection and availability needed for a business critical use case. Another important point for this example is the KPI for this use case is the amount of QA unit tests the customer can complete in a given time. Creating rapid copies of production environments for test and QA using the built-in ONTAP snapshot and clone capabilities means you can speed development by 30 times compared to file copy methods. The next use case is around video rendering. This is one of those classic use cases with media processing workflows, rendering, transcoding, both for production and post-production, that use tools that are built around a shared file system, and often a Microsoft server file system. Here, one of the largest gaming companies in the world wanted to create a media process workflow in Google Cloud to support remote workers. Now, the data access patterns for this use case is different from the previous use case. Here, the data is very serial and the workers are remote. This is another good use case for Cloud Volumes because it's the only managed service with support for Microsoft Server shared files in GCP, and when used in combination with Global File Cache, it can deliver a centralized data storage solution for a distributed media processing workflow. The final use case is around databases. We have customers that are using MySQL and other databases too for transactional web platforms. They have built applications that require scalable performance. Another key capability these customers need is to take point-in-time copies of their data for recovery purposes. Now they need to do this without negatively impacting performance and ultimately the customer experience. This is another great use case for Cloud Volumes with its ability to schedule snapshots that don't impact performance. I also want to mention a few newer offerings that you can keep an eye out for. At Google Next 2021, Google Cloud announced support for Spot VMs. This announcement will make the NetApp Spot technology much more valuable and compelling on Google Cloud, significantly increasing the market interest in Spot by NetApp on Google Cloud in the future. Finally, together, NetApp and Google Cloud are working on a bare metal solution that enables specialized workloads with Google Cloud. Bare Metal allows customers to move high-performance databases, for example, with minimal disruption. You can bring your own license, keep DBAs and DevOps teams engaged, and ensure your in-house applications continue to run. You get best-in-class NVMe technology from NetApp AFF systems too. Stay tuned to NetApp TV to hear more about these solutions in the future. The URL is netapp.tv. Let's wrap up our discussion and bring us back to where we started. We talked about how companies across all industries are using Google Cloud to foster business growth and innovation. But despite the fast cloud adoption, 65% of traditional enterprise applications still run on-prem. And to migrate these applications to cloud, organizations need to modernize applications, they need to acquire new knowledge, and to update policies. This approach makes their journey slow, expensive, and complex. With NetApp Cloud Volumes Platform, you can run traditional and cloud-native applications in Google Cloud without redesigning anything, your processes or your teams. And you can do this with the confidence of harnessing the power of the world's leading data storage offerings running on Google Cloud, delivering you the promise of the cloud faster and at lower cost. And also get peace of mind knowing that your data is always available and secure. Both types of cloud volumes, volumes as a service and systems as a service, are available in the Google Cloud Marketplace. You can use your existing Google Cloud account, you can deploy in seconds, and there are free trials available with flexible pricing, pay-as-you-go, and contracts as well. If you want to try NetApp Cloud Volumes Platform for yourself, we have a no-risk free trial that you can sign up for today. To learn more, simply go to cloud.netapp.com/Google. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone for watching.
All right, great presentation, Jeff. Really enjoyed that. Learning a lot about what you all are innovating on there at NetApp in terms of cloud. And in fact, we got a lot of great feedback from the audience as well. Exciting to see how NetApp is reinventing and innovating. So great feedback there. Are you ready for some questions from the audience?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, I want to call everyone's attention to the poll that's on the screen there. Make sure that you respond to that. We do value your feedback. First question I wanted to ask you, Jeff, and I know the experts from NetApp are responding to questions electronically as well. They're asking, does NetApp only work with Google Cloud?
No. One of the great things about what we offer is, we do have this awesome relationship with Google Cloud, and we definitely have great solutions for that. But I think a key differentiator for us is, as you're leveraging Google Cloud, maybe you have some apps that may run somewhere else, and we're going to be able to provide the similar solution and experience across any cloud.
Absolutely. Excellent. One person here is asking, how do I watch NetApp TV?
Oh yeah, so it's something new. We just launched it at our conference Insight just a week or two ago, and the URL is netapp.tv, and there's a whole bunch of great content on there, and it's going to be growing content quickly. So kind of check it out and see what you like.
Very cool. Steve is asking about the barrier that he has in migrating highly customized legacy applications to NetApp and just to the cloud in general. Do you have any advice on that?
Yeah, there's a couple interesting things. One for helping in those migrations and getting some of that data into cloud. A real simple way, kind of a low-hanging fruit way, is to do tiering. Tiering from your on-prem devices into cloud. We have this data gravity issue, right? Well, if you're tiering into cloud, you can get about 80% of your data into cloud, and that cold type data. When you're doing that, again, that's kind of the big heavy lift. You don't have to rewrite any of your applications. You don't have to do anything to your apps. They'll just work as normal. So that's a good first step in doing that. If you're a current NetApp customer, SnapMirror, right? The kind of the gold standard for copying data. SnapMirror works into Google Cloud with Cloud Volumes on tap. We also offer a SaaS service called Cloud Sync for moving that in addition to some other ways. So the key is, you have options, right? Different volumes and different data sets may require different ways to do that. We're giving you all of these tools to make it easy for you. So there's different ways to get that over. And again, once that data is there, that's where you can actually kind of get unlocked from that hardware, right? You can copy data to different regions and be able to rapidly clone data sets to develop faster, to bring products to market faster, and to just automate everything.
Absolutely, yeah. Automation, I think, is the key to efficiency there. Great points. Warren is asking, what type of security and encryption does NetApp provide? He says that our institution is very concerned about storing PII data on the cloud.
Yeah. So we're going to have all the encryption methods that you're going to need for that, but we also go further in giving you some insights to that PII data. So with our product Cloud Data Sense, we're going to be able to show you, where that personal, identifiable information is in your volumes and in your snapshots and backups. We're going to tell you what that is and be able to give these detailed reports of what type of information. And you can customize it to be able to see what type of information, or you can use our predefined templates for HIPAA and GDPR and every other thing that's out there. We're going to be able to show you where that is so that you can remedy that. It's also great for backups as well. So if you're moving to cloud and kind of backing up to cloud, we're going to be able to show you all of that, that kind of PII and compliance information in your backups. So that's going to help you with your cloud strategy and your cloud migration. And you can actually choose, like, well, maybe I don't want to upload that to cloud, or maybe I want to separate that into different regions based on requirements. So, we're going to help you with all the different levels of encryption that you need, plus give you insights into that data.
Nice. Very nice. Let's see. Casey is asking if NetApp has team members that are available as a resource that they'd like to introduce to their team to get more clarity and understanding on NetApp. What do you recommend there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Feel free to reach out to me as well. We have lots of folks that would love to talk. So depending on what you want to talk about and where you are in the world, it's easy to get engaged.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A here. There's a lot more technical questions there for you in the queue. Jeff, always a great presentation. Thank you so much for being on.
Hey, thanks for having me.
And for more information on NetApp, of course, check out the Handouts tab there. And there is a PDF resource that you can download entitled Why NetApp on Google Cloud. Really nicely done. Cool resource there. Make sure that you check that one out and download it before you go. I'll leave up the poll question for everyone else there to respond to while I announce the next prize winners on the event today. We have another Amazon $500 gift card, this one going to Michael Dewars from Maryland. Congratulations. And our next grand prize, this is for another Samsung S21 5G smartphone going out to Jim Forrester from South Dakota. Congratulations to all the prize winners. All right, thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. I'm excited now to bring on our next presenter on the Megacast today. Welcome, Scott Fulton, founder and CEO at OpsCruise. Scott, thanks for being on.
Well, thanks for having me. And we're at the 3-hour mark, so everybody should get a prize for sticking around this long. So happy to introduce what we're doing and how we contribute to the cloud journey that many of you are on. And so if you look at it, many of you on the call are in this journey. You've moved from the distributed app environment to what many of the technology providers have referred to as lift and shift. And now some of you are going to more of a cloud native architecture. And obviously your business organizations are driving you to do that, to become more agile. And when you shift to a more cloud native architecture, that means more releases, more components that are making up the application. A lot of the modern apps that we see, for example, in retailing, some of the services are, other organizations, say like UPS for logistics and shipping, or, a sales tax app that, is calculating the right things at checkout. Those components are owned by, other third parties, but affect, your overall customer experience. And then you just have a lot more variability. Things are being pushed out more quickly. And so when it comes to, monitoring and observing, those applications and infrastructure in production, the good news is, that you have a lot more data than you had in the past. In the past, the telemetry you used to figure out what's going wrong was, typically limited to logs and maybe metric information. But, now you have trace data, flow data, config information, but it tends to be fairly siloed. And the types of problems, are changing. It used to be that you had a pretty, fixed set of known problems where you could, set a threshold on a resource or look for a certain error in a log file. They were kind of known knowns, if you will. And we're evolving to, a scenario where the types of problems that might occur are hard to predict, and their impacts are hard to predict, which we call unknown unknowns, where, all the components could be showing green, but the experience from a customer perspective may be red, and vice versa. So that's the new challenge and era we're facing. And when it comes to, monitoring tools, customers generally have a fair amount of frustration in this area. The tools tend to generate a lot of alerts and events, noise, if you will, or false positives. They tend to be fairly reactive, so they're giving you information kind of after the fact, as opposed to being predictive, and that all contributes to, high MTTR and high MTTD at the end of the day. And the architecture of the, monitoring tool technologies tends to be, fairly proprietary. Proprietary agents and daemon sets sitting on each of the hosts, code instrumentation, which requires, specific techniques and involvement from the developers, and then, siloed data and everything behind it. And so we see at OpsCruise that, modern apps need more modern operational tools that are much more dynamic, much more predictive, and given the speed and pace of change, are a lot more automated in their approach. So as opposed to just showing you a bunch of dashboards and letting you figure out, what the source of the problem is, how can you automate that? And then last is just being more open. If you look at how the problem space is evolving, the data, the telemetry, you don't need to pay a vendor anymore to aggregate, your logs and metrics and whatnot at scale. The open source community around cloud native and the standards offer a rich set of tools that provide that telemetry foundation. Ultimately, you just need something that can make sense of that data and point you to the source of problems. And so, even with those siloed sets of tools, in many cases, you can't just solve a problem by looking at logs, and you can't just solve a problem by looking at infrastructure events, coming out of AWS CloudWatch, or app metrics, coming out of the APM tool. And so, many customers that we work with have a wide set of these tools, but they still, struggle with mean time to detection and have, very high mean time to resolution because there's no object model between all these tools to understand the relationships and dependencies, and it's manual troubleshooting, what we call kind of swivel chair operations, jumping between screens. And then obviously it takes a lot to deploy, maintain, and train, site reliability engineers and Devops personnel and so forth on all these different tools. And so what OpsCruise is working to do is, we take all those sources of telemetry on the left, typically from the different open source providers that are out there. We support and embed those tools, and then we provide, in effect, a smart layer in the middle on top of that telemetry. So that smart layer essentially involves building up real-time app intelligence, so we understand the relationship between every container and how it's talking to other containers or virtual machines or third-party cloud services. And then the dependencies on the underlying infrastructure, the orchestration infrastructure like Kubernetes, and the cloud infrastructure like AWS or Azure or what have you. And then with that kind of topology built up, then we start to do predictive problem detection. We build up effectively a behavioral profile of the application, and we understand how all the different variables are interrelated with one another. So rather than going in and setting a bunch of thresholds that won't mean anything a day later when you do another push of the code, we profile that app, and we understand how demand is related to resources, how resources are related to internal metrics in the application, and then we flag behavior that's problematic. And then we even go to the next step behind the scenes. So rather than jumping into a war room or jumping into a bunch of charts and graphs trying to figure out, okay, I've got a slowdown in response time, and you're trying to figure out the source of that, we automate that whole process. We'll tell you that, hey, in this response time, the source of the slowdown is in the database, and it's likely an I/O issue, and this is what you should do about it. Ultimately providing a highly enriched, qualified alert to those tools on the right that most organizations are using for incident management.
Hi, and thanks for joining. My name is Cesar Quintana, and I'm a solutions architect at OpsCruise. I'll be taking you on a brief tour of the OpsCruise modern observability platform. OpsCruise is a next-generation observability platform built for modern application workloads. It assures the health and performance of enterprise cloud applications using contextual AI and ML, is provided via a SaaS delivery model, and leverages best-in-breed open-source collection mechanisms. We start by collecting real-time data from open-source tools built to observe modern applications. This includes metric data, events, logs, changes, Kubernetes objects, cloud objects, and metrics, and more. This is our app map view. OpsCruise builds this view to provide real-time visibility into application topology and dependency structure, along with communication ports and latency between microservices. The app map view is automatically built. We don't rely on CMDB integrations that can quickly become stale or other intrusive discovery mechanisms. Instead, we leverage time series data, Kubernetes and cloud objects, network data from eBPF, IP contracts, and optionally, service meshes such as Istio in order to build this view. OpsCruise's rich object model provides immediate and frictionless access to an object's observability data, eliminating swivel chair operations, meaning we remove the need for your teams to look into multiple tools and UIs when a problem shows up. Clicking any object on the app map brings us into the quick view, providing extensive details on the object. Right near the top, we get a listing of any active anomalies and a view of important metrics in the summary view. We also surface metadata, important things such as the Kubernetes labels, the host IP address of the Kubernetes node running the workload, as well as the time the workload was created, the image name running inside of the container, owner information, pod networking data, and resource limits, along with much more. Moving back to the top of our quick view section, we can enter the 3-layer view. This view focuses on a container and surfaces information as to what Kubernetes node it's running on, along with some of its neighbor workloads. In turn, we also get information about what cloud infrastructure it's running on, things like instance name, region, and even attached storage volumes. Moving back into our quick view, we can now drill down contextually into events and view the recent deployments, replica set scaling, pod restarts, and more. Again, from the quick view, we can access the metrics directly. We can view all of a container's metrics, things like CPU, memory utilization, file system data, and more, all from the contextual drill down. The final contextual drill down I want to show is that of logs. By entering a pod or container's quick view, you can view the object's logs. This container's log entries are shown, allowing us to look into log behavior and issues. OpsCruise has built-in log search capabilities. We'll search for all entries that contain the text 560. We see our results immediately. You can also perform negative searches. We'll search for entries that don't contain the text 560. OpsCruise's easy navigation of objects and their logs allows you to instantly dive in and search for entries without friction or multiple screens. OpsCruise provides automated anomaly detection without the need for setting or selecting thresholds. Let's click on the Alerts tab and show an example of an anomaly that has been auto-detected by our machine learning. As you can see, our ML has detected anomalous behavior on the DB server container. Metrics have been flagged as violating their normal operating regions. However, there was no human involvement in selecting or setting of thresholds. By clicking on the Cause tab, the UI shows OpsCruise's unique fishbone visualization, highlighting key violating metrics along with their normal and anomalous values, the difference between the two, and the percentage change between them. Below, we'll also find charts for these key metrics, enabling us to quickly understand your application's changing behavior. OpsCruise's ML also assists in fault domain isolation. Here we see an SLO violation. The response time is 301 milliseconds higher than the configured SLO value of 300 milliseconds. By clicking on the Cause tab, we see a more detailed explanation of the violation. We see that the service response time is violated by over 100%, along with a tabular breakdown of the involved service dependencies and their observed time contributions. In this violation summary, we see that of all participating microservices, the DB server container has abnormally high response time, seen by looking at the observed versus expected latency values. I'll close the summary view. We're seeing a filtered slice of the app map now. Our global dependency analysis is kicked in and has automatically identified the fault domain as the DB server container, pointing us back to a separate but related anomaly, namely the anomaly on the DB server that we saw just a few seconds ago. We know now exactly where to target our resolution efforts and have effectively reduced troubleshooting time required of ops and dev resources and directly reduced mean time to detect along with mean time to recovery. Thanks for watching. Sign up for a free trial of OpsCruise at opscruise.com or email us at info@opscruise.com to learn more about how we enable frictionless observability for modern apps. And remember to subscribe for more OpsCruise content.
Good. So, if you saw there, one thing I would just add to the recorded demo is that everything you saw there, the initial, application map and dependency model is something you'd see within 30 minutes of deploying OpsCruise, and all the behavioral and machine learning models kick in, after 12 to 24 hours, depending on the environments and the variability. So this is something that's up and running pretty quickly. We support a broad range of telemetry sources from the CNCF community across metrics, logs, traces, flow data, configs, and different multi-cloud platforms with the environment. From a deployment perspective, OpsCruise is a SaaS delivery model, so our back end is in the cloud, and then we deploy a set of infrastructure, or a set of gateways that collect the open telemetry. So we're deployed with Helm charts, typically even in a very large cluster with hundreds of nodes, because we only need one gateway per telemetry source, one gateway for Prometheus, one gateway for Kubernetes, one for, say, the AWS cloud. We're deployed in less than 30 minutes, and you're seeing that kind of environment because we're leveraging, the open telemetry that's oftentimes, already there in these environments. So that's our architecture. And from a bottom line perspective, when we come into organizations, we're ultimately helping them to take out, hard and soft costs. There's a productivity element. So, many organizations are going from maybe, 10 apps in the cloud to 100 next year, and they're not going to be able to scale, their SRE team in a commensurate way. And so we help improve the productivity of those teams. And then there's a hard cost. We end up being about a third of the cost of the monitoring tools they're using in their, traditional data center environments when they move to the cloud. And then ultimately, as many other speakers have mentioned, the cloud tends to be over-provisioned. and we help organizations run closer to the line by putting the right set of resources to get the performance they're desiring. There's an availability aspect, and the key here is that we're predicting performance degradation before users are impacted. That's critical, and ultimately it has a measurable impact on the revenue and customer satisfaction within organizations. And then finally, there's a risk dimension. You don't want monitoring and observability to be a bottleneck, for pushing out, rapid releases of new functionality. We have many customers that are on the platform. We're a young company. We have major enterprises that are, on the platform, and it tends to go in stages. Avis budget Zipcar. Zipcar was, cloud native. They were the first in the organization to embrace containers and Kubernetes and AWS, and we, deployed with them right on top of the open telemetry they were already using, and are expanding across those environments. And the same team that's able to manage, was managing 3 applications is managing, a dozen today. Quest Diagnostics, a large biotech. In their case, they were using, some of the traditional legacy monitoring tools I mentioned in the earlier slides, and ultimately shifted to our platform because it was more future safe, for the cloud, and allowed them to control and have access to their own data. We have insurance companies, we have startups, many on the platform. So to get started, we have one of the most generous free forever plans out there. It's the full-featured offering. It's an unlimited set of users, and the only restriction is that we take you up to 5 nodes, which is typically sufficient in pre-production, for many environments. So I encourage you to get started now. It's a hyperlink right to the site to register. So I'll pause there and take any questions we have.
Absolutely, yeah. Really cool presentation. I'm excited about OpsCruise. I know a lot of folks out there might not have heard of it before, so this is really cool. Exciting to have you all on the Megacast. We do have some questions for you, and while we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the OpsCruise solution? So, Scott, yeah, a lot of good questions coming in. I'll just go ahead and start with this one. They say here, you mentioned a lot about powered by open source monitoring tools. What if a customer doesn't have experience around these tools, or what if our team doesn't have experience? Is this something you all can help with?
Yeah, we do have some customers that have already deployed those tools, oftentimes in pre-production, and then we just layer on top. But we have other customers that have no background in them and don't have the skills, and so we deploy them, maintain them, upgrade them, etc. They're kind of behind the scenes for those customers, and their primary interface is OpsCruise. So think of us as providing kind of a Red Hat-like service for those underlying tools.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Here's a good question. They say, there's a number of solutions out there that have AI and ML integration. What makes OpsCruise really unique?
Yeah, in the AI ML area, I mean, there's a lot of marketing in the industry. You'll find most of the tools are just doing statistical deviation, on metrics. So they'll say, hey, that's a couple standard deviations over. I'm going to flag that. Or they'll be maybe using true machine learning, but it'll be on one variable. And so it's all about understanding the interdependencies between the variables. So if I see a big spike in resources, like CPU or memory, but I also see a corresponding spike in demand, say the number of user sessions, the system may be, even though it's anomalous, the system may be behaving as it should. More demand, more resource utilization. And so, we help, since we understand the behavior, we help isolate those anomalous situations which are actually problematic, and you should do something about it because it's not operating within the normal range. So that's what we mean by kind of, behavioral, profiling of the application. And there's nothing the user has to do. There's nothing they have to do in their environment in terms of supervising the machine learning or anything. That's all happening under the covers with our technology.
Very nice. Very nice. There's a question here. They're asking, what clouds can OpsCruise monitor?
Yeah, so we support customers that are running workloads in all the major public clouds, AWS, Azure, Google, IBM, as well as customers that are running workloads on private cloud infrastructures, say like VMware with Tanzu or Red Hat OpenShift or what have you.
Very nice. There's a question here about what training is available. If we want to get started with OpsCruise, can you help us kind of learn how to use it?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's if you sign up for the free forever plan, there's a full set of documentation that not only tells you how to deploy it, but how to run it on a daily basis and how to navigate between different user interfaces, and it gives a few example problem scenarios and whatnot. So there's a full set of online training, and then we also engage customers with something more custom if it's needed.
Excellent. Jonas is asking, how is OpsCruise predictive behavioral modeling set up? Yeah, so in terms of there's nothing that the user or the enterprise needs to set up in their environment. All the analytics is done in our back end, and so we have a data streaming pipeline that goes into technologies like Kafka, where we apply our machine learning algorithms against that data. So there's nothing that the customer needs to do to set up for this. All we need access to is your telemetry, your logs, your metrics, your trace information, which is typically readily available. Nice. Rob is asking if you use APIs or agents to do the monitoring and management of resources.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, in the case of, say, integrating with something like Kubernetes, we do it through the API, or AWS CloudWatch, we do it through the API. And then, we don't have any of our own proprietary agents that sit on the host. We rely on the open telemetry that's on those hosts. So, for example, like a Prometheus exporter, or Elk Log or what have you. And if you don't have those in place, we deploy them for you, through the whole Helm chart, process.
Got it. Okay. And then follow-up question from Rob. He's asking, does this monitor or does it also remediate?
Yeah, also a great question. Principally it's around, monitoring and getting the customer to the cause. Keep in mind separating between symptoms like, response time for this class of transactions has gone way up, and cause, it's an issue in Kafka. So it's around, monitoring and getting to causal analysis. And then in some limited areas, we've started to do, actual remediation, particularly around Kubernetes and changing configurations, using kube operators. But that's certainly the vision. A lot of customers aren't quite ready for, automated, remediation from just a change management and risk perspective.
Got it. Okay. Frederic is asking, is there an API for OpsCruise that could be accessed to interact with it?
Yes. So, the question is probably, in our backend cloud, can you access it via API? We're in the middle of, publishing an API for that so that you could pull our data into other systems. Though for events, we already do, allow people to, export that, and we push it into things like Slack and ServiceNow and PagerDuty and so forth. But we're working on a more broader public API.
Okay.
Public API, I should say.
Yeah. And then do you consider this to be a theme as well as a monitoring solution?
What was that question again?
a theme like a security incident event management tool?
No, it's primarily focused, around availability and performance management. There are some insights that security folks could get, but I wouldn't position it as it's not a SIM.
Okay.
You had other good speakers that have SIMs on the call today.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Let's see. Guy is asking, does OpsCrew simplify K8's operations and observability? So can this help to monitor Kubernetes? Oh,
absolutely. Yeah, I mean that's the sweet spot of the environments we deal with. A lot of times they have VMs as well and other cloud services, but the sweet spot is Kubernetes. So typical problems that you have associated in Kubernetes environments around replica sets and where to set pod allocations and troubleshooting new container images that have been pushed out or what have you. That's key part of what we're doing.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A. I just brought up the reminder here about the free forever offering. Scott, thank you so much for being on the event today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And thank you to OpsCrews for joining us. Don't forget about their free forever offering. In fact, you can click Start Now right there in your slides window. That actually is a hyperlinked button if you click on it. Or, of course, you can go to their website and sign up for the free forever offering. There's also a resource there in the Handouts tab. All right. Before we go on to our next presentation, I do want to announce our next our next prize winner here. This is for an Amazon $500 gift card going out to Paul Stoklosaw from Connecticut. Congratulations, Paul Stoklosaw from Connecticut. All right, and with that, it's now time for the next presentation on today's Megacast. I'm excited to welcome Dinah Henderson, Junior Product Marketing Manager, and Rick Oakes, Principal Product Manager, both from Turbonomic. Dinah and Rick, it's great to have you on.
Thanks so much for having us today.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Rick.
All right,
Absolutely.
We will hop right
Take it away.
in. Thank you. All right, so again, thank you everybody for joining us today. On today's call, again, we have myself, Dina, and Rick. I am a Junior Product Marketing Manager here at Turbonomic, and I manage and moderate our webinars, and similarly for our blogs, I oversee our content there. And our team generally is focused on educating the market on new approaches and mindsets that are required to continuously assure application performance and, of course, succeed in this very complex world of cloud and containers. Rick, would you like to give a quick intro on yourself?
Absolutely. Thanks, Dina. So as introduced, my name is Rick Oakes. I've been leading product management here at Turbo for a little over 3 years, specifically focused in on public cloud use cases. And previous to that, I was in Microsoft where I managed the cloud migration team, which we had migrated something like 40,000 workloads over a couple of years. So it was really, really insightful to my current role of managing these resources in public cloud for large IT enterprises.
Thank you, Rick. And just a quick disclaimer before we hop in for the discussion that we have planned today. For this presentation, we're focusing on what is generally available today, and we'll be clear about what's available today versus what's on our roadmap. All right, now let's get into our discussion. So kicking things off, we know that cloud adoption is rapidly increasing, but success is not easy. Rick, can you explain to us why success in regards to cloud adoption isn't easy, and what are some of the challenges that people are facing today?
Absolutely. So I don't know if any of you had seen the earnings reports from Amazon and Microsoft and Google last night. It was remarkable. Microsoft alone had posted a 50% growth in revenue on their public cloud. So it's huge. Public cloud is growing like crazy. And I think that there's a lot of IT enterprises that are, at varying stages of maturity with their public cloud adoption approach. And there's all sorts of roadblocks to a successful cloud environment, managing it, hosting it, building it. And, it's kind of an interesting situation because we give portal access, say the Azure portal access to a bunch of engineers, and we say, okay, we're going to use this technology now to build out applications and design them. So what do? Well, they go and they build a bunch of cool technology. And this causes all sorts of sprawl issues in public cloud where there's all sorts of accounts and subscriptions and resource groups and resources just everywhere. They're scattered everywhere. And so managing this sprawl situation is really tough because as IT organizations moved their resources to public cloud, generally in an on-premise state, it would be a best practice to provision a lot of these VMs and resources really, really way too large than they need them to be because you have to buy new hardware every 3 to 5 years. And so it's much cheaper just to buy bigger hardware than to have to reorder hardware halfway through the lifespan of your current hardware. It'd be really a very costly approach. So this over-provisioning model in on-premise state is just essentially, because of the advent of lift and shift, sort of just moved to public cloud. And so you have these public cloud estates on these IT enterprises that are just overflowing with massively underutilized resources. And then, this has caused us to see and discover from a bunch of public research that the number one priority in public cloud is to optimize your existing footprint and make sure that you don't destroy the performance of the applications at the same time.
Thank you for that, Rick. Now on to our next slide. And Rick just explained to us why success isn't easy. So we know we need to optimize our cloud and continuously automate to prevent performance risk and cost overruns. Rick, could you talk us through this and let us know how a unified platform can deliver optimization for all application resources?
Absolutely. So optimization sometimes falls into a trap of a conversation of being like a one-time cleanup activity. And that doesn't work too well because the dynamic nature of a lot of these IT enterprise environments means these applications flex a lot, right? They grow, they shrink, some applications get retired, other new applications are created. So this continuous ongoing nature of always scaling your resources, deleting your resources, these sorts of actions is critical for us to continuously execute, whether that's compute optimization, which means scaling the VMs to be the proper right size and the right family, applying reservations and savings plan concepts correctly, or scaling within reservations and savings plans to make sure the most important applications are still getting the benefit of having a savings plan or a reservation, which can be a hefty discount, but also making sure other workloads that are not in a reservation are not oversized at the same time. So it kind of creates this Tetris situation of matching your infrastructure to your reserved territory. Storage is kind of I'd say it's an overlooked area of optimization too, because every VM you typically have between 4 to 6 storage devices attached to it as well. And it's very, very common. We experience that large IT enterprise organizations just default to premium storage or GP2 or GP3, very costly storage. And there's a whole lot of those workloads that just don't need to be on SSD expensive storage. But nobody really has the time to go through their whole inventory in their environment to go look at every single drive and make a decision on, should this drive be an SSD or not? How much should I pay for each individual drive? What about if it's intensive on IOPS or throughput or latency, right? These kind of questions that come around when you think about how to size something correctly. So having an automation engine to do that for you, to just give you the hundreds or thousands of actions that you need to take to keep that environment performant and not costly at the same time, is critical, because you just can't do that by hand. It's just not scalable. Cloud database optimization is another area that's extremely lucrative to run optimization programs with, because database as a service is very costly. An individual database on Azure, for example, can cost you up to $16,000 a month. Now, it's really powerful. It's globally redundant, and it's got all these really amazing features with auto-tuning and everything. But if you're not sizing them correctly, it could be a huge line item on your cloud bill, and it doesn't necessarily need to be. It's really cool too, because you can size these things with almost no downtime. You lose less than a ping of downtime when you change the size on a database. in public cloud, specifically for database as a service. So the opportunity for us to optimize databases in real time is really powerful. Kubernetes has a similar sort of scenario where you have to think about the optimization of the pods, and you also have to think about the optimization of the containers themselves. And so it creates like this multi-dimensional, complicated task of making sure each layer is optimized to make sure you get the performance you need out of your containers, but you're not massively over provisioning.
Thank you for that, Rick. So it seems our slides are a little out of order, so I'm just going to jump down to the next one. So Rick just talked about a unified platform and what that can offer us. Now, Rick, can you elaborate on how Turbonomic can help assure performance at the lowest cost possible with continuous cloud optimization?
Absolutely. So one of the primary benefits of Turbo and how we do it is being aware of the applications that are running on top of your workloads. So whether you have APM or even if you don't have APM and we use native public cloud resource tracking like CloudWatch or Azure Monitor, things like that, those are free and they come automatically built into a lot of resources you build in public cloud. So even if there's not like a large APM environment in your public cloud setup, we still have this ability to look at the actual performance of what's going on the machine. And it's really powerful because now we can detect, is this workload serving the underlying purpose of what's running on it, as opposed to is the workload running a lot of patching or maintenance work, which we don't really want to size up for a workload that's running patches, right? It's gonna absolutely max out the CPU whenever you're installing huge microcode update patches, which doesn't mean we necessarily want to upsize the workloads. So having more application awareness in the sizing decisions is really critical, not only to make sure the applications are really performant, but to build trust. Because when we talk to application teams specifically, we need to build trust with the application team that we're not going to just take away their resources. We're actually doing the opposite. We're giving them all of the resources they need to make sure they never get a 2 a.m. wake-up call. Once we have that trust established with application teams, then we can really move on to automation, where why would I not want to take these actions? They're so accurate. They account for all sorts of different dimensions of its analysis, whether that's CPU, memory, the different families and tiers in public cloud, what sizes are available in the regions they're in. Do you have quota constraints? What are the performance differences? Because some of the families have hyper-threading enabled and some don't, and that has a fairly massive impact on the CPU speeds of the different families. So you have to have all of these different dimensions baked into the scaling actions to make sure the actions are so accurate that you can just flip on automation, schedule your scaling actions and everything in different maintenance windows, or if they're non-disruptive, immediately, and walk away and know your cloud bill is shrinking massively and your performance is actually getting better at the same time.
Thanks, Rick. I know you just spoke a lot and everyone was just looking at these slides, but now we're going to hop into our demo. So Rick, if you'd like to share that out and give everyone a quick walkthrough to show them what we were just talking about, that'd be fantastic.
Awesome. All right, let me initiate screen share here. All righty, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so I have a Turbonomic environment installed and pointed to my own resources, actually. So you can see the product management, resource groups, and subscriptions here in my environment. So this is my own stuff. It's kind of fun to poke fun at my own resources and see where my own waste is in my own group. But what Turbo is doing here is it plugs into your cloud environment via APIs. There's no extra installations required. You just go in here and you target via a service principal account or what have you. And it's going to draw a map on the left side of your screen of all of the VMs, the zones, the regions, the volumes, containers, all the way up to the business application connections as well. Once it has that understanding of your total public cloud environment, you can kind of navigate around, which is probably a feature the public cloud providers could do. If you come in here, you can see your subscriptions and your resource groups. And you can see underneath your resource groups exactly how many workloads you have. If you have billing plugged in, it'll tell you exactly what the bill was, the official bill, and then the potential savings that you have from taking these actions. Now, that's really important because scaling these workloads is, of course, has pretty big implications when it comes to saving money, but also the performance of them. So I've got some actions here. I'll start with storage actions because these are the ones often overlooked. And there's some really cool ones here where if I take a look at this drive, this is in AWS. Turbo is recommending a scale action because we've got some really bad performance here. We can see IOPS is all over the place, and it hits up to 100% utilization pretty consistently day over day. Funny enough, throughput is very low. So this individual drive does not have any throughput issues, but has massive, probably really small file read and writes that drives IOPS really high. Well, it's on a standard storage tier in AWS, but we can move it to a GP3, their latest storage offering that was just announced a few months ago. Moving from a standard to a GP3 moves your IOPS from 160 to 3,000. What's really interesting here is we can keep the size of the disk the same, throughput improves somewhat, and the storage cost goes from $63 a month down to 64 cents a month. So we can alleviate a performance issue, we can optimize the cost, and all told, reduce total cost by $63 while solving a performance issue that somebody's probably pulling their hair out because this thing is not running well. There's some other actions too that are really fun to look at. We can see kind of a more common action that I see when I work with enterprises is there's all sorts of drives that are provisioned at really costly tiers like IO1 or premium or ultra storage, and they're not used too much. They're mostly idle. And so coming in here and giving the option and the telemetry to say, this is why you need a scale action. 95th percentile 30 days means more than 95% of the time utilization is below 2%. So we know nothing's going on here. We can safely scale this thing down, reclaim pretty much all of the cost of this device, which is $357 a month, down to $50, and have no performance issues with the scale action. This utilization rate would go up to about 50%, which is still very healthy, and we would save a whole lot of cash. Now I'm going to go into some VM scale actions to demo these as well. VM scale actions use quite a few more data points. We also use IOPS at the VM level, storage throughput at the VM level, vCPU, vMAN, and also some of the other things I mentioned earlier, things like, are the families hyper-threaded? Is there a quota involved? Do you have enough quota? What are the specific CPU models for each of the different families that are provided, and what are the performance differences between the two? And all sorts of other telemetry. So with this, we can see we have normalized CPU capacity, which we sort of normalize based on benchmark data, and we can make scaling recommendations to change to different families. So for this example, we have an E4S V3, which is an Azure size. We recommend it goes to a B2S, and we can safely say it will not hurt the application performance. This specific case, it is currently covered by a reservation at 50%. So half of this server right now is prepaid. Now, we can move to no RI coverage and still reduce the cost of this server. Now, that's really cool because now I have half of an RI, half of a reservation that now automatically applies to a different server, or we'll get a scale action to move RI coverage up. So here's one where RI coverage is at 0%, and it can go to 100%, meaning this server can become effectively free if I migrate or if I move or scale this workload from a D2S V3 into that E4S V3 family. So I can essentially make this server totally free. Costing me $13 a month right now, it can go down to 0. Now, that's kind of unique and cool, but $13 doesn't sound like a lot, right? But when you multiply this by a typical IT environment of something like 4,000 or 5,000 servers, typically you see savings numbers in the range of like 30 to 40% of your total IaaS cloud bill. So it can be pretty hefty. There's also recommendations to purchase additional reservations. There's recommendations to delete storage devices that have not been attached for quite some time and they're costing you money. And there's also recommendations for suspending and provisioning workloads for your Kubernetes environments. So that's Turbonomic. And then as you take actions and fix performance issues or save money, tracking that over time is an important element of understanding the ROI of the product. And then we also have some other telemetry that just shows you how you're doing on your reservation utilization, reservation coverage, and of course details on the reservation purchases and savings plan purchases you should be making to further reduce your cost. When you apply the savings of savings plans and reservations on top of the savings you get from scaling workloads correctly, you get multiplicative effective savings percentages, right? So if you save 20 to 30% on reservations and reserving your workloads, and another 20 to 30% of scaling the workloads correctly, you can come out sometimes 50, 60% lower total costs on your IaaS workloads. Very similar to database as a service costs and storage costs as well. So that's it. That's Turbonomic. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the demo and saw some insightful capabilities here to manage your public cloud estate.
Thanks, Rick. That was a fantastic demo, and I hope everybody found it as insightful as I did. Now, just to give you some quick stats on the impact Turbonomic has had in our customer environments. So 20% have seen an improvement in application performance, 40% have seen an improvement in time to market of new services, 20% have seen a reduction in downtime, and 30 to 50% have seen a reduction in total cloud footprint and 100% reduction in waste, as well as 25% seeing a reduction in MTTR and 35%, seeing an improvement in productivity. Rick, before we wrap things up, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, so I think the public cloud optimization industry is interesting because there's a few companies that are doing cloud optimization. I think generally it's a focus on reduction of cost, but then it's really dangerous, and I see a lot of organizations really struggle with this because if you're just only really focused on reducing cost of your applications or your infrastructure, you're putting your applications at risk because you can downsize everything 3 or 4 sizes and reduce your bill, no problem. You don't even need a product to do that. But, you know, everybody's going to come in the next week with all their applications falling over. And so it really comes down to finding the sweet spot between performance and cost. That's why we try to blend those two concepts together because they're two sides of the same coin. So it's really important that a product or any optimization initiative starts with the first mantra that the applications must perform well. Once that is agreed on and there's like a baseline understanding between the ops teams and the application teams, then we can all kind of move forward and say, okay, we should run more efficiently, but we should not put application performance at risk to do so. And once we have like this agreement, this contract, the social contract between the application teams and the infrastructure teams, then we can go about saying, all right, now we can scale actions, we can take scale actions, we can scale workloads, we can do cloud optimization, achieve very successful outcomes, and we don't have to take risks to do so. In fact, it's interesting because public cloud providers have sort of been making a lot of money on us, the IT enterprise ecosystem, for a long time now because we all lifted and shifted 24/7 uptime workloads to public cloud. And it's time we start taking advantage of that billing model of pay by the minute instead of the billing model taking advantage of us, of having tons and tons of VMs that sit idle nights and weekends or have average utilization in the low single digits. So if we flip the script and we start taking advantage of that cloud billing model by scaling things more dynamically, by turning things off, by reserving things and doing all of these things together, we can run a public cloud environment significantly more efficiently. And we are now achieving cloud elasticity. We're achieving, you know, like all of the business value drivers of public cloud, which is agility, elasticity, cost controls, like those only come when we're actually actively scaling our workloads and taking advantage of it.
Very well said, Rick. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask them now. If you would like to learn more, please feel free to reach out to Rick or myself or check us out online, whatever works best for you guys.
All right, excellent presentation. Thank you so much, Rick and Dina. I love this idea of leveraging cloud more intelligently and how Turbonomic really helps us to balance, performance and cost. So really cool demo. Thank you for taking time to do that. We do have some questions for you from the audience. While we do those questions, I'm just going to bring up a poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about Turbonomic? And we appreciate everyone's feedback on that. Here's a comment that came in first from Richard, who said that he's a current Turbonomic customer, loves the product and the support. It's definitely assisted us with our client enterprises, so always great to hear that from current customers. Another question or comment that came in here, Guy is asking, what is Turbonomic's top consideration for managing cloud optimization, application optimization? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so it's we kind of talked about it a little bit. It's performance. So we kind of talk about this when we're building the product in our product management and engineering teams kind of on a daily basis, which is do no harm. We can't risk the applications falling over. We know applications are the lifeblood of the enterprise. Our organizations are building applications and servicing up to our customers and partners to do business, to fulfill the needs of why these applications exist in the first place. So we know that everything we design and build has to be production safe. It has to be accurate. Because if you have an automation engine and you're going to automate like 1,000 actions or 10,000 actions, if there's like 5 wrong actions that you have to go root cause analysis and go back through and figure out, it can take more time and have worse ROI to figure out those 5 than the benefit of the 1,000 actions. And so the accuracy level that we have to execute cloud optimization actions has to be through the roof. And it has to be absolutely performance safe and application safe at all times.
Well said. Well said. Let's see. Here's another question. Neil is asking about the future of Turbonomic. Are product developments in the future moving forward to be more cloud-based or more on-prem VM-centric or both?
Both, yeah. We have huge investment in both areas. Now, this was kind of the cloud presentation, but we support hybrid cloud environments and do a huge amount of work for vCenter environments, Kubernetes on-prem, all sorts of deployment models and scenarios. We love working with the APM vendors as well. We love plugging into APM solutions, grabbing application-specific data, and then correlating our scaling actions directly to application performance when that happens as well. So I would say we're investing on all fronts. We do feel like the future of the industry is hybrid. That's not necessarily to say that the future is applications built spanning, but that most organizations are going to have some amount of on-prem footprint as well as some amount of public cloud footprint. And we want to be there for that journey in both areas. There's not a lot of product out there that spans both on-prem and cloud to manage these things. And Turbo is one of the few, and it's one of the only. And so we're really proud to be there and provide this capability for a hybrid estate. I can say on the public cloud space, because that's more my backlog area, we're investing heavily in additional optimizations for PaaS resources. So we're looking at application services, web app, logic app, API app, things like that, as well as the newer versions of Azure SQL and Amazon's RDS offering, which we're actually releasing into public preview on next Wednesday. So we're making quite a bit of investment and strides into further optimization actions and scenarios for PaaS services.
Excellent. Yeah, that's exciting. Here's another question. Does Turbonomic do anything to help with cloud migration?
Absolutely. Yeah, because Turbo is a hybrid product and it can plug into your on-prem estate, you can run migration plans, and it simulates what if you moved your workloads from an on-prem estate, whether it's vCenter or Hyper-V, whatever VMM, whatever other VM hosting platform you have. It will simulate moving those workloads to public cloud, and it'll tell you, hey, these are the exact sizes your VMs should be. Here's the exact storage configuration you should be using to make sure that when you do go to public cloud, you're not sort of falling into that lift and shift trap of just moving everything over like for like, and then you get your cloud bill and it's just overwhelmingly large. So we do support cloud migration results and planning, and it's a powerful use case for us too. It sort of goes hand in hand with the ongoing optimization though, because it does help de-risk a migration to public cloud, but we want to make sure that the public cloud environment continues to stay optimized over time, not just a one-time effort.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, let's see. I'm afraid we're running out of time here in our live Q&A, but the last question I wanted to ask is, what's the easiest way to get started with Turbonomic?
Yeah, reach out. We offer our product on a few different types of deployment models. I'd say the most popular for public cloud is definitely a SaaS solution where you just reach out, schedule a demo with us, or schedule a conversation, and we'll create a SaaS environment for you to kick the tires and take a look. And from there, all you have to do is plug in a service principal, and you're off to the races. You're looking at optimization actions, and you're getting a more efficient cloud environment.
Very cool. Sounds super easy. Rick and Dina, it's been great having you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to Turbonomic, of course, for joining us on the Megacast today. Check out the Handouts tab there. There's a resource entitled Turbonomic at a Glance. You can download that and, of course, visit the Turbonomic website and get started for yourself. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll. I'll leave that up while I announce our next prize winners for anyone who hasn't yet responded. Our next Amazon $500 gift card is going to Jose Salazar from Virginia. And our next grand prize for a Samsung smartphone S21 5G, this is going to Jovan Gosh from California. Congratulations, Jovan Gosh from California and Jose Salazar from Virginia. I'll post all the prize winners' names there in the questions pane as well. And now I'm excited to bring in our next presenter on the Megacast today. Welcome, Jeremy Snyder, Senior Director for Corporate Development at Rapid7. Jeremy, thanks for being on the event today.
Really happy to be here. I'm looking forward to getting to the questions from the audience.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, take it away. Tell us about Rapid7.
Yeah, I'm really happy to do that. I mean, Rapid7 is a cybersecurity company that I think a lot of people will know for our long history with a variety of technologies, but primarily a lot of people will know us for vulnerability management, SIM, and detection and response capabilities. And then I think Metasploit is also one of the brands that is really well known around the world. And I'm sure lots of the people in the audience today will have used Metasploit to do pen testing of their own environments or provide pen testing as a service. But I'm here today to talk a little bit about the evolution of cloud security over the last couple of years. And I've got a lot that I want to get through in the next 20 minutes before really, looking forward to getting to the questions from the audience. So I do apologize that I'm going to be going a little bit quick through the presentation today. I hope everybody will be able to keep up. And if not, the recording and the slides should be available, right? So, a little bit about myself. Why am I here talking to you today? So yes, I do work in corporate development, but I previously worked as the Senior Director for Security Engineering. And over the last 5-6 years, I've been working with customers around the world to keep them secure in their cloud journey. And those customers really break down into two categories. One category is the cloud native companies that have no legacy, no history, nothing to migrate. They're really born in the cloud companies. And the other is those enterprises that have been making large-scale strategic bets on shifting a lot of their focus to the cloud as they go. And that's really let me gather kind of a unique perspective of those two constituent bases and the challenges that each of them faces. And I've gathered a couple of things over that time period that I think are really interesting to think about if you're in the process of making your own transition or your own journey now, and especially kind of with a view towards how the landscape, the threat landscape around cloud security has changed over the last few years. So let's start by thinking about, kind of how we used to do security. For a lot of people, security for a long time has meant a big focus on the network, and if we're honest, really a focus on the firewall and on keeping bad actors out of our network. Once you're behind that firewall, once you're inside our perimeter, most organizations don't have a whole lot of controls around, let's say, network segmentation or zero trust internal architectures. And, we kind of think from a process perspective that the way we keep secure in that environment is by limiting the number of people that can interact with that environment, right? So we have a very tightly controlled change process, and we've got a limited number of people that are actually available to make changes. And if we think about that from kind of a logical architecture perspective, you can see it's really about keeping the threats out of the environment. But then comes change. And then for anybody who's been in IT for a while, I've been doing this for about 25 years, we all know that IT changes pretty fast. And I would argue that, in fact, the rate of change has accelerated dramatically over the past, let's say, 5-6 years. And then, of course, really dramatically over the past 20 months under the effects of COVID. With that change, we think about kind of two security vectors. One is the change that we understand. So as an example of that, we understand the shift from everybody primarily working on desktops to everybody primarily working on laptops. And that's something that I'm sure a lot of us would have experienced in kind of the late 90s and early 2000s. We think of that as managed security risk. Why? Because we understood what it meant for our users to transition to working on laptops. We knew what kind of endpoint security solutions we needed to provide. We knew what kind of group policy objects we needed to implement from an Active Directory and user management perspective. But what's happened over the last time frame is really this transition to the cloud has dramatically shifted the way that we do IT writ large. We have developers with direct access to cloud environments. We know that with the acceleration of cloud adoption, we're also seeing an acceleration of data breaches based on cloud environments. We've got some research around that should be available either as a resource to download here in the Megacast, or if not, definitely on the Rapid7 website. I can recommend to the audience the 2020 Cloud Misconfiguration Report. I think it actually dovetails nicely with the previous conversation around cloud security posture management and policy management. So for anybody who's interested in kind of diving deeper onto that topic, I would definitely invite you to check that out. But with that shift to the cloud, this brings all these new changes, and we think of that as kind of the unmanaged security risk. So these are the things that we know are happening within our organization, but we don't necessarily have mitigating controls in place. We don't know how we're going to handle those changes to our environment and what kind of security measures we're going to put in place to accommodate for that. And that's really, the core challenge that most information security teams have when they shift to the cloud. So why do we shift to the cloud aside from kind of we have to because of COVID? There's really two key advantages that I've observed both in my own adoption when I shifted from being a practitioner to being somebody working for one of the cloud vendors, talking to CIOs around the world, and in particular in Southeast Asia where I was living and working at the time. Agility is the number one key that we always hear from people. And there's kind of two flavors of that. One is just kind of the nimble pace, right? So it's the ability to go from a 4-week ticket-driven provisioning experience where I say, hey, I need a server to run a particular workload, and 4 weeks later I get an email that says, here are your credentials and here's the IP address, go install it, to this kind of 4-minute stand-up where I get access to AWS or Microsoft Azure, I click in a console, I go through a wizard process, and boom, I have a virtual machine in 4 minutes. That's the speed of deployment aspect. But I think even more powerful than that is the agility, which is the ability to change from one day to the next, or the flexibility, you might think about it. And why I think that's so important is that, we can look at our current context, where we are from February of 2020 to where we are in August of 2021. We've seen dramatic shifts in the way business gets done. And that's everything from the nature of the transaction, whether it is a cash versus credit card, in-person versus online. We've seen such a dramatic shift. And what we know is that ultimately what underpins all of these transactions is the data and the infrastructure that makes it possible. Everything from credit card processing systems to user databases to storage assets, what have you, that makes all of that work, and business logic, of course, at the core of it. And with that shift, we know that the data you process and the way you process it may be different tomorrow from what it is today. And that can go in many different directions. Of course, a lot of people think that their needs just grow over time, but sometimes the needs are fundamentally different. Sometimes we go from needing a relational database to needing a graph database, or we go from needing a single virtual machine to needing a Kubernetes cluster because our application architecture has fundamentally changed. And that is something that cloud is uniquely positioned to help businesses with. If you don't like or your needs have changed from the infrastructure that you have today, you shut it down, you deprovision, you walk away from it. No harm, no foul, no additional cost incurred. That's really the agility or the flexibility that you get from the agile nature of cloud. And I think that is the unappreciated reason why cloud adoption is so high. And it's not just only COVID has been an accelerant, but the agility is really the key. So there's a couple stats on the screen. I'm not going to go through all of them, but suffice it to say, cloud is growing like crazy. It was already growing really, really fast on its own, already at a very large size. And then, since Q2 of 2020, the growth rate has been dramatically higher, as I'm sure everybody knows. But what does that mean for information security teams? I think one of the core fundamentals that InfoSec teams need to understand is the concept of the shared responsibility model. And we're going to talk about kind of where the lines are and how this has evolved over time. The number one thought that I will leave here, and feel free to read the stats on the screen, I'm not going to go through them, but the number one thing you need to understand is that your provider is responsible for the security of the platform that they're providing you, and you are responsible for your own security in the platform. And I found a really nice graphic from, kudos to the folks over at Synopsys who put this together. I just think this is kind of the best visual representation that I found. If you think about kind of a full stack architecture, everything from the physical layer up through the data layer, application layer, et cetera, you'll notice that everything in blue is what the provider is responsible for. Everything in green is what you as the customer are responsible for. Certainly infrastructure as a service is where you have the most responsibility. But you'll notice that in all of these different flavors of cloud services, whether it is IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS, you, the customer, are always responsible for your own data and for the people accessing that data. So you're always responsible for identity, access management, rights, permissions, everything that goes along with it, and then the data that you have inside of it. So I want the whole audience, if you take away nothing else from my presentation today, please remember, where your responsibility is in the shared responsibility model. Now, how else is cloud security different? We talked about that perimeter-oriented approach that a lot of businesses have in traditional architectures. And that's great and all, but again, the focus was really on firewall, keeping people out of the network. Well, what happens when every kind of component within your environment is virtualized? You've got, virtual storage, virtual machines. Database is no longer something built on an operating system. It is a service that you consume from the cloud provider and so on. And when I do this conversation in person, I like to do an audience show of hands here. I'll kind of pause for a second for everybody to really come to their own conclusions as to the question on the slide. How many security and compliance considerations are in this architecture diagram? By the way, this is a reference architecture from AWS of a multi-tier WordPress site. So very standard, straightforward architecture. All right, everybody got your answer in mind? Hopefully you went for C21+, and I just started by listing some of them. When I originally did this, I came up with something north of 30 controls even. And you'll see that at every layer of the architecture, whether that is infrastructure, database storage, et cetera, there are multiple security controls. And because the infrastructure is virtualized, these are all configuration choices done in your virtualized environment. And that's why something like cloud security posture management has historically been so important. So let's talk about where customers have gotten things wrong in the past and what the historical, core problem of cloud security posture management has been. We're going to look at a case study of a breach from 2017. This is from Booz Allen Hamilton. I apologize to any BAH people who might happen to be in the audience today. This is years ago. Hopefully, don't hold against us that we're calling this out as an example. The breach itself was an open S3 bucket. S3 is the storage service of AWS, which happens to be the leader in the cloud space. I'm sure many of the audience are familiar with it. S3 is kind of a virtual disk drive in the cloud. You can just toss documents into it. Well, there were a number of mistakes in the configuration. One was, of course, leaving it open to the world. Beyond that, there are also some security best practices and principles violated here, mixing workloads, storing data from multiple customers together, storing credentials together with data. I mean, that's just a huge no-no, right? We all know that we store credentials and secrets in very different locations from applications and workloads, right? And so, you know, a number of problems here, but when we look at this from the architecture perspective, where did this breach happen? You'll see that the breach bypassed all of the network perimeter controls, really went straight to an individual storage asset, and then from that storage location, the bad actor had the ability to extract credentials, keys, et cetera, and gain access to servers and workloads. So it's really kind of flipping the network perimeter paradigm on its head, going straight to storage. And you kind of ask yourself, well, what use is perimeter security if you're going to have things that live kind of outside that perimeter that don't even fall behind a perimeter level control that I might be putting in place? So what I like to say to people is like, look, historically, these cloud data breaches have not been attacks. They've not been hacks. They've really been the result of customer error and misconfiguration, and that's something that's really important to keep in mind. The way I like to think of that is you kind of divide your operating environment on two axes. First is kind of the stack axis, where you've got really the infrastructure layer and then the OS layer above. And second is kind of your time axis, where you've got, you know, basically production and pre-production, and everything falls into one of those four quadrants. And if you look at it, the target environment for the first wave of cloud data breaches that have happened, you know, from, let's say, 2015 through 2019, 2020, has really been focused on infrastructure layer controls in production environments. But that is not necessarily where things are headed. For those that are curious, I'll leave this here for a second. Feel free to grab a quick screenshot or again, get the slides afterwards. These are the #1 services that have been breached over time, and the #1 services or configurations that have had issues that have led to cloud data breaches. All right, so let's talk about how the landscape has shifted. I think the #1 thing for the shifting of the landscape is we're seeing now multi-vector attacks that leverage lots of different components of a cloud architecture. One of the best case studies here is Capital One from about, I think, 16, 18 months ago. Massive data breach, 106 million records total, again, multi-vector. Let's walk through how this played out. So the first thing that happened was we had an application layer vulnerability that led to operating system access, right? That operating system was now accessed with shell access by a bad actor. Using the shell access, the actor was able to enumerate the permissions associated with the instance. And I know one of the questions that came out of the last session was, where does identity security fall in importance in the cloud picture? And I would tell you, this is one of the most crucial components. The way that secrets management happens on abstracted infrastructure as a service cloud offerings is that any number of infrastructure components can have an identity associated with it. And the way this works is that it really replaces things like service accounts that we had in the old school. We no longer have to store passwords inside an operating system. We kind of associate an identity, and by virtue of that identity, the secrets and the access credentials to that piece of infrastructure. And then what that leads to is the ability to then break out of that operating system to other core infrastructure components. One thing we notice from more sophisticated cloud customers is that they don't store application data on the instance. The instance may be ephemeral. It's just running the workload. Where they store the data is either in long-term storage like S3 buckets or in database services like Amazon RDS, Relational Database Service, or DynamoDB, or any number of other database as a service offerings. And so once that identity was leveraged and the lateral movement was enabled to go to a storage asset, that's when the data exfiltration happened. So we can kind of look at that. You see this one actually did come in through the perimeter, accessed a publicly available application, which was what the configuration said it should be able to do, leverage that application vulnerability to the operating system identity, instance identity, not operating system identity, but piece of infrastructure identity out to the S3 bucket to get data out of the environment. So the second wave of cloud security, and really where we've evolved to, is that we're now facing a set of multi-vector attacks that leverage all these different pieces of the infrastructure stack. And so when we go back to that kind of four-sector diagram that we think about, we realize that where cloud security is today, it is really all four of these quadrants. And what we should think about is, do we have mitigating controls and do we have oversight onto all four of these vectors or all four of these quadrants? And so what I would encourage anybody to do is to expand your thinking, break out of the mindset that says, CSPM on its own is enough. Definitely container security, workload protection, all of that is important, but really try to think through your overall process and kind of your big picture of how your organization is operating. And then, kind of just last thing for those that are interested, please do feel free to check out Rapid7 in this area. We have an offering called Inside CloudSec that bundles together the expertise around cloud security, posture management, Kubernetes, and container runtime, as well as layering in vulnerability management, identity and access management, and application security on top of that. With that, I will say thank you. I think we're, maybe 1 minute under time, and I'd love to turn that time over to the audience for Q&A.
Absolutely, yeah, great presentation. So let's see, a lot of great questions coming in for you, Jeremy, about Rapid7. One question here, they're asking, does Rapid7 do anything around detecting misconfigurations that could lead to potential security or data breaches?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a core component of the cloud security posture management piece of the Inside CloudSec solution. So yeah, absolutely. So it supports, I want to say somewhere around a couple hundred cloud infrastructure components with configuration checks around that, kind of 500-ish controls spread across a number of compliance standards. Not that the question specifically asked that, but yeah, absolutely. There's a very rich library of configuration checks around the cloud environments.
Excellent. And I guess this is kind of a related question. They say, does Rapid7 provide audit level configuration recommendations for cloud configuration settings?
So yes, with a qualification, and the qualification there is that auditors can be funny people in how they like to interpret controls. So what we've done with our solution is we've taken kind of 12 of the most common audit standards, and we do have actually an auditor on staff who takes those and breaks those standards down into controls, provides all of the mapping, and then provides our interpretation of the controls. So really the caveat is, your mileage may vary if you get a particular, let's say a particular auditor who has an opinionated view on things. But yeah, absolutely. We've taken, like I said, those 12 standards, broken them down and provided guidance around the prescribed controls to the extent that we can. And, again, with our view and opinion on it.
Excellent. Nice. Another question here, they're asking, do you have any customer, use cases, case studies on how this has helped other companies?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a number that you can find on the Rapid7 website. And certainly I'd say some of the ones that would be really valuable kind of depends, again, which side you're coming from. If you're coming from the migration side, I would really point you at the Discovery channel. There's a great case study on how we've been working with Discovery channel for a number of years. Massive migration of literally, hundreds of terabytes of historical content to a, over-the-top streaming solution with Discovery Plus that I'm sure many people will be aware of. And on the other side, I'd say, probably look at some of our customers like, Twilio and Spotify for what those who are more cloud native have done, and they should find some case studies around those companies as well.
Nice, very nice. Always great to hear how you guys have helped other companies. Next question, are there any other high-level trends in security operations that you see driving a shift away from traditional network security approaches?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the overall kind of view that things are really transitioning to software defined means that every layer, not only network, becomes more and more important to look at, especially because there are any number of components that are not necessarily going through those network security checks and controls that we might have put in place in the past. But the other big kind of trends that I would see is really trying to look at more secure build by design. And we're seeing a lot more interest from customers who are saying, look, what I want is I want to move towards automation in general because we know it's less prone to human error, and that's a good thing, right? But we also know that because everything is software defined now, we can pass configurations through a checker pre-flight, or we can pass things like identity and access management through a simulated control, so we know, whether Jeremy has too many permissions and so on. And that kind of, trend of really like pre-checking things before it goes into the world, and we have to look at, network detection and response, et cetera. That's one of the other big trends. And where we're seeing the most success is for customers who really try to, frankly, tear down the wall between security and development. And they try to really provide a continuous feedback loop to the developers who are building environments, and do it in a less confrontational way than maybe, let's say, us security people have a reputation for doing in the past. But let's do it with an air of kind of, informing people on what good looks like for us and why it's important that we work together and collaborate on that. And I'd say, because things are so inspectable now that everything is software defined, we're seeing a lot of success for companies, with more collaboration between those groups and really bringing security into the equation earlier in the build process.
Okay, excellent. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A, but, really great presentation. We got a lot of good electronic questions there still for you in the queue, Jeremy, if you don't mind responding to some of those.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much for being on.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a real pleasure.
All right, I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about Rapid 7? And I'll leave this up here for your response while I announce our next prize winners. I'm afraid we ran out of time there for Q&A with Jeremy, but keep your questions coming. Of course, don't forget about our best question prize we're running as well. So our next prize winner, this is for an Amazon $500 gift card. This is going out to Winnie Q from California. Congratulations, Winnie Q from California. Still another Amazon $500 gift card and another grand prize to give out on the Megacast today. So make sure you stay tuned for that, as well as our final presentation coming up here in just a moment. All right, I'm routing the additional questions here over to Jeremy at Rapid 7. And with that, it's now time for our next presentation on the Megacast. I'm excited now to bring in Sahil Bansal, Product Marketing Manager at Nutanix. Sahil, are you there?
I'm here, David.
Thanks for being on the Megacast. Take it away.
My pleasure. Thank you for having Nutanix over here. And it's been a delight listening to all of our other colleagues from various companies covering different aspects of hybrid cloud, public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud. So I'll talk to you a little bit about the TCO aspect of a hybrid multi-cloud. Now, for those of you that might not be familiar with who Nutanix is, we were founded in about 2009, and we pioneered the hyperconverged infrastructure, which was a step above legacy three-tier architecture, bridging compute, storage, networking, virtualization into a single software-driven infrastructure platform. Since then, over the last 12 years, our company has evolved as the industry has evolved, and now we have a cloud platform that runs both in your private cloud and in your public clouds. The bedrock of our cloud platform is still our core hyperconverged technology, which delivers our infrastructure, which obviously now we call hybrid cloud infrastructure because it runs both in your data center as well as in public cloud. So there's the infrastructure component, then there's the management component for your applications and data. Along with that, we provide storage services, database management services, VDI, desktop as a service, management capabilities, And then on this core platform, you can run your enterprise applications or your traditional or cloud native applications, any kind of high performance databases or your virtual desktops. Those are the most common workloads that we run on them. And the full stack, what we call the Nutanix Cloud Platform, runs both in your private data center environment, a private cloud, in public clouds, or in service provider clouds. So that's a quick introduction to who Nutanix is for anybody that might not be familiar with. And I might be preaching to the choir with this slide, but we hear from our enterprise customers all the time that a hybrid cloud is their preferred IT model because they have certain workloads that are going to stay in the data center. They are just a better fit for a steady level of performance delivered by infrastructure in our data center environment. Whereas there are other workloads that really do benefit from burstability and elasticity and global presence of public cloud providers. And not just any single public cloud provider, but at least all the three major hyperscalers. And but if you have your data center and your public clouds with workloads running in complete silos with no interoperability between them, that's not what we believe to be a truly hybrid environment. A solution that allows you to seamlessly migrate from your data center to any of the top hyperscalers is what we call a hybrid multi-cloud. Hybrid because it's combining your data center and public clouds, two completely different technologies, and multi-cloud because it delivers the solution across multiple public clouds. So that's what we call a hybrid multi-cloud, and that's what we hear from most of our customers that they need because it gives them the benefits of both the data center and the public cloud world. And what are those benefits? Well, the ability to have the same consistent operations anywhere instead of consistently having to learn new skills for each different environment. The ability to rely on performance SLAs instead of having different SLAs for your data center environment and different ones for your public clouds, being able to rely on that same level of performance benefits as your workloads migrate across clouds. And being able to protect your investment as you migrate from one environment to another, delivered via license portability. Ultimately, these three benefits combine to help our customers with freedom to run their workloads anywhere, in the data center, in AWS, in Azure, in any public cloud that we support. So today, Nutanix supports AWS. Our solution is GA'd. Of course, our hyperconverged infrastructure solution has been running in data center for our many thousands of customers over the last many years. Recently, we GA'd our solution on AWS, and we are currently in a preview with Azure. And just to take a next level look into those three business benefits that I said, it has consistent operations because it's the same software platform, it's the same cloud platform, both for your data center environment and for your public cloud environment. So it's basically abstracting away the underlying environment. What our CEO likes to call as we are making cloud complexity invisible. We're making multi-cloud complexity invisible by removing the fact from your day-to-day operations, which cloud environment are you running on? And because it's the same software running in different environments, as long as the hardware capabilities are reasonably close to each other, we find that we are able to deliver the same level of, very similar level of performance for your data center or your public cloud-based workloads. Our hyperconverged software is called Nutanix AOS. So this software solution runs the AOS software, both in data center and public cloud environments. And we've built in integration with the public cloud networking, which makes it very easy to deploy. You don't have to ask your cloud admins to configure new VPCs and subnets. If you have existing VPCs and subnets in your cloud environment, you can bring them and run your user VMs in your existing cloud VPCs. So that makes it very, very easy to get started. And lastly, there is also complete license portability in our solution. So not only allowing your workload to migrate from data center to cloud, we also, your investments in Nutanix also migrate with your workloads. You're basically just investing in a single Nutanix license and run that anywhere, wherever your workloads are running on the Nutanix infrastructure. And some of the top use cases that we've seen about this hybrid multi-cloud architecture include but are not limited to DR on cloud. You don't have to reserve your data center capacity to recover your workloads in case of a DR event. Just use the public cloud regions, and it also allows you to have geographical separation between your primary and recovery locations by using the cloud region and not having to have your own data center in your recovery site. Another key use case is on-demand elasticity, especially with the holiday season coming up. Lots of retailers, lots of industry verticals are ramping up their resources to make sure they can meet the demands over the holiday period. And some of them want to keep their workloads, primary workloads running in production on-prem, just provision more capacity on demand. So you can do that easily by leveraging the cloud burstability. And lastly is some workloads are not ideally meant to be refactored to run on public cloud as is. Those refactoring efforts, rewriting your applications can take months or years and really slow your cloud adoption down. Instead, in certain cases, it can really make sense to just lift and shift your workload with a solution that allows you to get all the cloud benefits and eliminates the time of refactoring. And because this is a hybrid cloud solution, there are certain benefits, certain features that the public cloud provider brings, and then there are certain features that Nutanix brings. The cloud features, the top cloud features are, of course, being able to provision on demand, being able to scale up or scale down, or use any cloud region across the world without having your own physical data center. And then Nutanix brings in certain features and capabilities to this hybrid cloud solution, which include host remediation and rack awareness, so that if your nodes go down, if your host on the cloud side needs to be replaced, or an entire rack failure happens, will still automatically recover your workload and restore your cluster health to the same state as it was before the failure. We're also working on certain storage optimizations that will allow you to store your data directly into storage buckets, object storage buckets like Amazon S3. Instead of having your compute instances running all the time, you can just back up in S3, storage is cheap, and then you can bring up your server nodes on AWS or Azure when the DR need arises, making it for a very cost-effective DR solution. We also have a very unique hibernation feature that I'll talk more about in another slide, but basically what that allows you to do is, again, store your data in the S3 bucket, shut down your compute instance on demand, and bring it up when you need. Lastly, we also provide public cloud cost optimizations, recommendations on what steps you should take to optimize your public cloud spending. Ultimately, what this means is this gives you a solution that in less than 1 hour will get a hybrid cloud environment up and ready for you. Nutanix on-prem, Nutanix in public cloud, integrating your data center with public clouds. That's a hybrid cloud, right? And we are able to do that in less than 1 hour because of the built-in networking integrations that we've used, which makes it very easy to get started. There is a faster time to value compared with legacy 3-tier architecture that's coming from our core hyperconverged capabilities, where we bring in compute, storage, networking into a single solution as opposed to a 3-tier architecture, which delivers a faster performance, more time to value. But because it's still the same hyperconverged architecture, now just running on public clouds, you still get all of those same benefits when compared with 3-tier. Lastly, well, I said we're going to be talking about TCO. So this solution delivers a much better TCO over a longer time period as compared with other alternatives to get to cloud. And I'll be expanding on those. How do we do that over the next few slides? So let's talk TCO. Now, this is there are 3 different sections around it, how we help to improve TCO. One is improving your cloud waste, or reducing your cloud waste. And over here, what we do is you have your bare metal instances, which is where the Nutanix hyperconverged software is installed. Right, so AOS is our hyperconverged software. You install that on the public cloud bare metal compute instances. We bring in our hypervisor, we bring in our software-driven infrastructure solution. The cloud provider in this case gives us the underlying hardware. And on top of it, you have some of the costs coming from the HCI software and some costs coming from the bare metal nodes. But if you have to compare that with, you should be comparing that with, okay, if I went to cloud without having this hybrid solution in the picture, just using the AWS native instances only, then what would I be comparing those costs against? So that's your t-shirt size instances, what we call cloud native compute instances, small, medium, large sizes, and so on. And what is the cost of those compared with the cost of running HCI on bare metal? That makes for an accurate TCO comparison. And so if we try to imagine that we want to fill out this solution with VMs, let's run some numbers. So as I said, there is AOS, there is the bare metal cost of the bare metal. But imagine, let's say, if you were going to, you have 15 VMs that you want to run on cloud. This bare metal, let's say, might provide you 96 cores, 96 vCPUs that you can distribute across those 15 VMs however you want. It's up to you. That's what the HCI software is allowing you to do. The HCI software is allowing you to partition those vCPUs amongst the virtual machines the way that you want it. Now, if you have to compare that cost against running the workloads on cloud native instances, here you cannot change the size of those cloud native instances. They are what they are, right? And now if you have to pack those 15 VMs across these various cloud native instances, it completely depends upon the size of the VMs that you need. Maybe you have a 4 vCPU VM and you can fit that in one small size instance. But let's say if you have a 6 vCPU VM, you can't do that in the small size instance because that only has 4 vCPUs. So you might have to go to the next bigger size instance, which might have 8 vCPUs or 12 vCPUs, but you only need, let's say, 6. So you're paying for an 8 vCPU or a 12 vCPU instance while only using 6. That's leading to waste, right? And then we've done this math for a lot of our customers where we try to map this out to the closest fit of an instance, and then we try to run the numbers across these. And we've noticed in many cases, the total solution cost can actually be higher because you might end up needing a lot more than 96 vCPUs across all the cloud native instances. The total sum of all the vCPUs might end up being 120 vCPUs just so that you can fit your VMs within those cloud native instances. And of course, that entirely depends upon your workload characteristics. So this is what we call micro waste, right? This is just another visual way of saying, let's say your VM requires 1 vCPU and 1 gigabyte of memory, but the only t-shirt size instance that's available to you has 1 vCPU and 2 gigabyte memory. You can't change the size of that instance. So you're stuck with an extra 1 GB of memory that you're paying for, but you're not really using. So of course, and I totally understand that this math can work the other way around as well. So the key is that we need to run this analysis carefully. And now the second way that we think about TCO is how to improve operational efficiencies. And over here, the Nutanix HCI software, as I said, it has a hibernate and resume feature built into it. But also by running this HCI software on AWS bare metal instances, you can go to a 6-to-1 VM over subscription ratio instead of just a 2-to-1 VM over subscription, which is what the cloud native instances limit you to. Ultimately, what that means is you have more parallel threads and you can get more capacity out of the bare metal. Also, our hyperconverged solution has data compression and deduplication features, which leads to more improved storage efficiencies. You don't need to have multiple copies of your data. We improve the amount of data that you actually need to store. We reduce it. So the storage efficiencies over there. Now, I mentioned the hibernate resume feature. So what this is that with just a single click, when you're running your data on the bare metal instances, you can send all of your data, metadata, and your state to the storage buckets, to the S3 storage buckets, save it there, turn off the compute, save on the cost of the compute instances, and when you're ready to resume, bring everything back, restore the compute instances, automatically installs the Nutanix software, automatically provisions your VMs, populates them, all done in about 1 to 2 hours or so. Okay, so let's look at some numbers. Let's look at some quantitative analysis. This is a typical scenario that we used with a customer that had about 500 VMs. You can see 4 vCPU per VM, 8 gigabytes memory. And when we did this analysis, we found that the TCO, after accounting for all of these things that we talked about, 6-to-1 VM over subscription, 50% storage efficiency, came out to be about 50% savings by running in the hybrid environment on bare metal, as opposed to cloud native instances only over a period of 36 months. Now, these were some aggressive assumptions that we made, 6-to-1 VM, over subscription, 50% storage efficiency. But even if we bring that down, let's say 4-to-1 over subscription and 25% storage efficiency, we still get about 15 to 20% in cost savings in this hybrid environment, as opposed to cloud native world only. And the last way we think about the TCO, how to improve your TCO with a hybrid cloud setup is, well, what's the cost benefit to you to get to cloud today, as opposed to getting to cloud in 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, right? This is really talking about workloads that need refactoring, that are not simply built for the cloud native world. So, the initial left part of the section is just showing the time that you lose in refactoring your workloads, and then the benefits that you get out of public cloud, as opposed to, let's say, if you just started today and you could move your workload to cloud today, you would get more, you would be able to deliver more business outcomes by leveraging all the cloud goodness, modernizing your applications, meeting your business needs. And there was a analysis that the Taneja group has done, and there's a report, if you Google for the Taneja group TCO refactoring report. What they found was that the average cost of refactoring VMs when migrating to cloud was between $500 to $1,000 per VM. That's huge, right? Now, of course, not all workloads need to be refactored, but for those that they do, the cost can be prohibitive, and then the time can be prohibitive. So think about, like, what is the opportunity cost of that time that has been wasted. So in summary, the way Nutanix improves the cost effectiveness with this hybrid cloud setup is by reducing the resource wastage, by reducing the micro waste that can arise with certain workloads in a cloud native environment, by providing storage efficiencies, oversubscription capabilities, and a hibernate resume feature that ultimately reduces the time that you need to have your compute up and running. Your storage can be lesser, so that delivers cost savings, and it gets you to cloud faster because it's a true lift and shift, right? So what's all the benefits of those? And that's how we think about the TCO. Now, I hear you asking, okay, so great stuff. How do I license it? Well, it's a hybrid cloud solution, right? So there's the AWS component, and then there's the Nutanix component. I mentioned license portability, right? So you can buy capacity-based licenses based on CPU capacity and storage capacity that you purchase and run them anywhere. BYOL is what we call bring your own Nutanix licenses for customers that already have a Nutanix license for their data center. They can also use that against their cloud usage. Or you can have credit card-based pay-as-you-go payments, just like you would have in the cloud world, or you can have annual commitments, just like you would have in the cloud world with reservation-based instances. So really mimicking the cloud consumption models as well. Okay. Yeah, and I mentioned license portability. So yeah, literally, it's like, think of it, if you invested $100 in your conference call budget, you can use that $100 across Zoom or WebEx or Microsoft Teams or whatever. That's a far more efficient use of your investment. And that's also something we deliver, right? Whatever your investment is in the Nutanix infrastructure, you can use that in your data center, you can use that in AWS, you can use that in Azure. In summary, this is my final slide. So in summary, Nutanix brings a faster, simpler, cost-effective path to get you to cloud with our hybrid and multi-cloud solution, what we call the Nutanix Cloud Platform. It's faster because it literally takes less than 1 hour to create a cluster on public clouds. There is no network overlays. We use the existing cloud networking. Makes it very easy for you to get started if you can just reuse your existing cloud networking space. So that makes it faster to get started. Simpler because it's the same management plane, same software-driven infrastructure for both your on-prem and public cloud environment. There's no need to relearn new skills to manage infrastructure in every different environment. It's just your Nutanix infrastructure. It happens to be running on public cloud, but that's abstracted away. That's invisible to you. So it's making the cloud complexity invisible. And it's more cost effective because of everything that we talked about. You don't need to refactor your workloads. And we have built-in capabilities that help you optimize your cloud consumption. So I encourage you to check this out. There's a link to our test drive. If my colleague can enter the link in the chat, you'll see that. Or if you go to our website, Nutanix.com, you'll see our test drive, which gives you a hands-on experience of what the solution looks like without any investment from you. Or you'll see a link to start a free trial of Nutanix. You can get going on your way very easily. Bring in your existing cloud accounts and cloud infrastructure and deploy Nutanix on cloud. You'll see how easy it is. Reach out to us. We're happy to show you a more deeper dive demo as well, if you'd like. And that's all from me, David. Back to you.
Great presentation, Sahil. I just posted that Nutanix test drive link there in the questions pane for everyone out there. I shortened it because it was a long link, so it's a little bit.ly link in there. If you want to copy and paste that, you can, or of course, you can go to your favorite search engine and or visit Nutanix.com and sign up for the test drive. It's super easy to get started. Do it all in your web browser. So one of the great ways, as Sahil mentioned, to get started and get some experience with Nutanix. While we take questions from the audience, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about Nutanix? So let's see, first question I saw out here for you, Sahil, they're asking about if Nutanix can help to provide a framework to choose between private, public, and hybrid cloud, or maybe you just have some advice on that?
Yeah, no, we have a team at Nutanix called the Cloud Economist team. As you can imagine, this is a very customizable conversation. Entirely depends upon what business, what things matter more to your business. What workloads are we talking about? What are the levels of cloud skills existing in your environment? But we do have a Cloud Economist team with such a framework that they can work with you, and you will also find it on our website, nutanix.com/cloud is the page where I think we have that framework available, and we'd be happy to dig deeper into your requirements and then help you make that decision whether it makes sense for you to stay on-prem or in public cloud or in a hybrid environment.
Excellent. Yeah, great way to make that decision is to look at the economics of that. I mean, we've done, I know, entire events with Nutanix just on that very topic, and Nutanix has a lot of expertise in that area. Some very smart folks helping customers to make the right choices around which cloud model to use. So another question here, they're asking, do I need to have Nutanix on-prem in order to run Nutanix on the cloud?
No, you do not. You do not. Of course, the benefit of the hybrid cloud is portability between your data center and public cloud. If you have Nutanix on both sides, we have our own hypervisor called AHV, but you can bring in your own hypervisor as well. If you have Nutanix on both sides, that migration is super easy. I've done demos where I've migrated 3 VMs from a data center to AWS in Frankfurt region in less than an hour. So it just makes the migration more easy. But if you just want to run it on Nutanix, on bare metal, on public cloud, because that might be cheaper for you than using the cloud native instances because of the microwaves that we talked about, you absolutely can do that. You don't need to have Nutanix on-prem.
Excellent. Yeah, that's good to know. Another question here, how much time does it take for an AWS node to fully hibernate and fully resume?
Yeah, somewhere around 2 hours. Of course, depends upon the size of your workload, but we store your entire data in the S3 buckets. We keep all the metadata, and we keep the logs, and then takes about 2 hours to send everything into storage. Takes about 2 hours to recover. In fact, a lot of our customers that don't have aggressive DR recovery times, they use this sort of as a long-term backup. Every Monday and Wednesday, they'll initiate a backup to S3, send their cluster into hibernation, bring it back up in a couple of days, sync their data from the data center again, send everything into S3, and they're done. Ends up being a really cheap solution. If you're okay with a couple of hours of hibernate or resume, then this definitely can help you out.
Excellent. And then here's another question. I know we talked a little bit about cloud economics already, but is there a cost analysis tool that Nutanix has or has recommended for hybrid versus public cloud comparison?
Yeah, in fact, IDC did an analysis, and their report is linked in the resources in the handout section. So have a look at that. In that, IDC has compared the cost of running in your data center for 100% of the time, running in public cloud only for 100% of the time, and a truly hybrid environment where you run on-prem for 75%, in public cloud for 25%. And so there's a cost analysis of all of those in the IDC TCO comparison handout. We also have a publicly available tool for it, but that tool, again, ends up being very customizable. So we're happy to dig into the actual specifics, take your VM requirements, show you what are the cloud native instances that you would be mapping into, show you what are the bare metal that would be the closest fit for your workloads, and then do the cost analysis of to see what makes sense for your environment.
Awesome. Yeah, this sounds like a great resource here. I just brought it up. It's over in the Handouts tab. As you mentioned, it's the IDC white paper on workload and TCO considerations when choosing between private, public, and hybrid clouds, available for download now there in the Handouts tab. And I know the answer to this question, I believe already, is what's the best way to get started with Nutanix? Is it the test drive?
It is the test drive. So the test drive is a pre-canned environment. It is a live environment. It's not a video recording or anything. It is your Nutanix environment on AWS. We bring it up. We take care of all the costs of running Nutanix on AWS. The total time duration of a test drive instance is 4 hours. You can imagine, because we are paying for that hybrid environment to be available, but there's no work needed from you. The test drive will guide you on how you can integrate your data center with public cloud, how you can, it uses a DR as an example, so shows you workloads running in a Phoenix data center, I believe, and then recovering in AWS. And so that's a really good way for you to get a sense of how the solution works.
Excellent. Sahil, thank you so much for your great presentation.
My pleasure, David.
All right, and thank you to everyone out there who joined us on the event today. I want to remind everyone about the Handouts tab. It's there that you'll find a link to access the TCO considerations white paper from IDC. And of course, don't forget about the test drive link that's there in the questions pane. We also have access to that over on Nutanix.com. If you don't see the link, no problem. Just go to Nutanix.com. And with that, it's now time for our final prize announcement. And I'm going to leave up this Nutanix poll for everyone to respond to while I announce these final prize winners. So we have a final gift card. This is going out to Vicki Smith from Maryland. Congratulations, Vicki Smith, for an Amazon $500 gift card. And our final grand prize for a Samsung S21 5G smartphone, this is going to Andrew Hendricks from California. Congratulations, Andrew Hendricks from California. I will post all the prize winners there in the questions pane. Doing that right now. Who won all the prizes today? And there are the names. Excellent. Congratulations to all of the prize winners, and congratulations to everyone who's going to win a Best Question prize as well. We'll reach out to those Best Question prize winners after the event. All right, if you haven't answered the poll question, now's the time to do it, because we are moving on to wrap up the event. I want to remind everyone to download your free Gorilla Guide books over at gorilla.guide. You can do that there in the Handouts tab. A great way to stay up to date on enterprise technology, all completely free. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming Megacast or EcoCast, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And I hope to see you on two big events that we're running next week. One is Exploring Modern Healthcare IT Solutions. If you are in the healthcare industry in some shape or form, you'll want to be on this event. We're going to have some really innovative solutions on there. And of course, After that, on Thursday, we'll have another Megacast where you'll be learning how to enhance your data protection, disaster recovery, and disaster recovery as a service capabilities. So make sure that you join us on that event. I know we had a few questions today around ransomware and cloud data protection. So that's going to be a perfect event for you. Hope to see you on that event. As soon as we end here, you will be automatically redirected to our ActualTech Media Events referral landing page where you can refer your IT friends and coworkers to our enterprise IT events. So if you enjoyed today's event and you want to share the value of these events with your IT friends, we would appreciate that, and you will be entered to win a $300 Amazon gift card, one for you and one for your IT friend or coworker. Thank you again for being on the Megacast. I hope that you learned a lot, and have a great day. See you next time. Bye-bye.